The universe was never silent. To the younger races, the void was a vacuum of cold nothingness, a graveyard of light and distance. But the Xylanthi knew better. They were the galaxy's oldest eavesdroppers, a species of crystalline scholars who spent eons tuned to the subquantum frequencies of the cosmos. They didn't listen to radio waves or digital pulses. They listened to the choir. The choir was the collective consciousness of the stars themselves. To a star, a billion years is a quiet afternoon. They are ancient, sentient engines of fusion brooding over their planetary broods with a slow, solar dignity. Usually, the choir sang of gravity, of the slow dance of galaxies, and the deep, humming satisfaction of burning hydrogen into helium. But then the singing changed. It became a low, persistent whine, a cosmic irritation. In the great observatory of Xylos, High Chronicler Vale sat suspended in a liquid light bath, his mind interfaced with the great array. He felt the shift first. It was like a splinter under a fingernail, a jagged frequency cutting through the smooth melody of the Orion arm. He adjusted the filters, narrowing his focus to a yellow dwarf star on the galactic fringe, a mundane, middle-aged sun known to its inhabitants as Sol. Sol was screaming, not in pain but in sheer, unadulterated annoyance. The star was complaining to its neighbors. It told Alpha Centauri that it couldn't sleep. It told Sirius that its skin was crawling. The reason was a frantic, buzzing swarm of metal gnats. The humans had arrived and they were loud. Humans did not move with the grace of the elder races. They did not use elegant warp folds or silent gravitational gliders. They used fire. They used explosions. They used brute force and primitive physics to slap the face of God and demand a seat at the table. To the stars, human technology felt like a swarm of angry hornets made of lead and screaming silicon. Vale watched the data streams with growing alarm. The humans had begun a project they called the SolNet. It wasn't just a communication grid. It was a series of massive, industrial-grade energy collectors that hugged the sun's corona. They were drilling into the solar wind, siphoning off power with the reckless abandon of a starving man at a banquet. Sol's complaints grew more specific. It grumbled about the way the humans were stitching the solar system together with massive cables of carbon nanotubes. It complained about the constant, rhythmic thumping of their fusion drives, a sound that echoed through the star's very core like a persistent headache. Vale signaled his subordinates. He told them that they had to intervene. If the stars began to lose their patience, they wouldn't just complain. A star's anger was a supernova. A star's irritation was a solar flare that could scour a planet clean of life in a matter of seconds. But as the Xylanthi prepared their diplomatic vessels, sleek, translucent needles of pure thought, they realized they were too late. The humans weren't just loud, they were expanding. In the span of a few centuries, the buzzing had spread. Proxima Centauri began to moan, then Barnard's star. The humans were leapfrogging from system to system, not with the goal of harmony, but with the goal of survival. They brought with them massive, soot-stained foundries. They brought orbital refineries that looked like jagged scars against the blackness of space. Vale watched a human fleet arrive at the edge of the Vega system. These weren't the gleaming starships of fiction. They were blocky, utilitarian, and covered in repair patches. They looked like they had been built in a hurry and maintained by people who didn't have time to sleep. They were beautiful in their ugliness, monuments to a species that refused to be limited by its own fragility. The lead engineer of the Vega Vanguard, a woman named Sarah Miller, stood on the bridge of the flagship, the Iron Will. She didn't look like a hero. She looked tired. Her eyes were sunken and her hands were stained with hydraulic fluid. She told her crew that the deadline was non-negotiable. They needed the Dyson ring segments in place by the end of the lunar cycle, or the colony ships would run out of air. She didn't care that the star was groaning under the weight of their gravity anchors. She didn't care that the cosmic harmony was being shattered by the roar of their industrial thrusters. She had 1 billion lives in the holds behind her, and she would burn every sun in the sky to keep them warm. The Xylanthe reached out. They sent a telepathic pulse, a gentle suggestion to quiet down. They told the humans that they were disturbing the peace of the ancients. Miller's response was recorded and archived in the Xylanthe Great Library as a turning point in galactic history. She didn't bow, she didn't apologize. She looked into the comms array and told the Xylanthe that if the stars were complaining, they should start helping. She said that humanity was done living in the dark, and if the universe found them too loud, it should get used to the noise. This was the beginning of the Great Friction. The stars grew hotter. The solar flares became more frequent, more violent. It was as if the galaxy itself was trying to swat the human infestation away. But the humans didn't break. When the flares came, they didn't flee. They built bigger shields. They engineered magnetic dampeners that wrapped around entire planets. They treated the anger of the stars as just another engineering problem to be solved with more steel and more sweat. Vale watched from his observatory, fascinated and horrified. He saw a human construction crew working on a station near the red giant Betelgeuse. The star was pulsing with fury, sending out waves of radiation that should have melted their hulls. But the humans just dug in. They anchored their stations into the very fabric of space-time. They used the star's own anger to power their welding torches. The chronicler realized then that the stars weren't just complaining about the noise. They were complaining about the competition. For the first time in billions of years, something was moving through the void that didn't fear the fire. Something that looked at a sun and didn't see a god, but a battery. The tension reached a breaking point when the stars began to coordinate. The choir stopped singing and started screaming in unison. A harmonic resonance began to build across the Orion arm, a psychic shockwave intended to shatter every human mind and dismantle every human machine. The Xylanthi hid. They retreated into their pocket dimensions, certain that the human experiment was over. They expected to emerge to a silent galaxy, cleansed of the loud, gritty intruders. Instead, they heard a new sound. It wasn't a song and it wasn't a scream. It was a rhythmic, mechanical beat. The humans had sensed the buildup. They didn't know about the choir, but they knew about resonance. They had built a counter-frequency. Across 100 star systems, humanity activated the resonance dampeners. These were massive, hollowed-out asteroids filled with vibrating liquid mercury, tuned to the exact frequency of the star's anger. The human fleet didn't fire weapons, they fired maths. The iron will sat at the center of the storm. Miller stood at her post, watching the sensors. She told her officers to hold the line. She said that they had spent 10,000 years fighting for a patch of dirt, and they weren't going to let a bunch of oversized fireballs tell them where they could stand. The clash was invisible but devastating. The stars poured their collective will into the void, trying to extinguish the human spark. The humans pushed back with the combined power of 1,000,000 industrial engines. The space between the stars began to glow with the sheer intensity of the struggle. And then the stars blinked. For a fraction of a second, the light of the galaxy dimmed. The choir faltered. The stars, for all their ancient power, were singular entities. They were lonely. The humans were not. The humans were a web. They were 1,000,000,000 minds connected by a single stubborn purpose. They were a swarm that had learned how to act as one. When the light returned, the choir was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a low, humming respect. The stars had realized that the humans weren't a parasite. They were a new kind of celestial body. They were a nebula made of flesh and iron, and they were here to stay. Vale emerged from his hiding place, his crystalline form trembling. He looked at the data and saw that the humans hadn't just survived, they had integrated. They were now using the star's own resonance to stabilize their wormholes. They had turned the galaxy's protest into a transit system. He began to write the final chapter of his chronicle. He wrote that the universe was no longer a place of quiet contemplation. It was a workshop. He wrote that the elder races had spent their lives listening to the stars, but the humans were the only ones who had dared to talk back. The galaxy was louder than it had ever been. The thumping of the engines, the crackle of the comms networks, the roar of the foundries. It was a cacophony that stretched from the core to the rim. But as Vale listened, he realized it wasn't noise anymore. It was a heartbeat. The humans were the pulse of a new era. They were gritty, they were tired, and they were covered in the dust of 1,000 worlds. They didn't care about the aesthetic of the cosmos. They cared about the heat in their homes and the light in their children's eyes. Miller sat in her command chair looking out at the now calm star of Vega. She took a sip of lukewarm coffee and wiped a smudge of grease from her console. She told her navigator to set a course for the next system. She said that there was a lot of work left to do and the universe wasn't going to build itself. The Xylanthe watched the iron will jump into hyperspace, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light behind it. They finally understood why the stars had complained. It wasn't because the humans were loud. It was because the stars knew that from now on, they were no longer the most important things in the sky. The era of the silent watchers was over. The era of the builders had begun. And as the humans moved deeper into the dark, they brought the fire with them, not as something to be worshipped, but as something to be used. The stars had stopped complaining. They were too busy listening to what the humans were going to do next. The transition from the Great Friction to the era of the Industrial Accord did not happen with a treaty signed on parchment. It happened in the flickering light of 1,000 welding torches. High Chronicler Vale watched the shift from his perch on Xylos, his crystalline senses vibrating with the new frequency of the cosmos. The stars were no longer screaming. They were vibrating in a low, rhythmic hum that felt less like a complaint and more like a heavy, begrudging cooperation. It was the sound of a beast that had been broken to the yoke. On the bridge of the Iron Will, Sarah Miller stared at the holographic displays. The Vega system was no longer a pristine wilderness of gas and radiation. It was a construction site. Massive tethers forged from the heart of captured asteroids reached out toward the star's photosphere. These weren't the elegant, invisible gravity beams of the elder races. They were physical. They were crude. They were miles of reinforced carbon and magnetically shielded alloys that groaned under the immense tidal forces of the star. Her chief engineer, a man named Halloway whose face was a map of radiation burns and grease stains, approached her with a data pad. He told her that the anchors were holding, but the star was pushing back. He said that Vega was trying to shed the tethers like a dog shaking off water. The magnetic pressure was spiking, and if they didn't bleed off the excess energy soon, the entire orbital ring would be vaporized. Miller didn't blink. She told him to open the vents. She said that if the star wanted to throw a tantrum, they would simply use that heat to forge the next set of hull plates. She instructed the crew to redirect the solar flares into the primary capacitors. To her, a solar storm wasn't a natural disaster, it was a delivery of raw fuel. The Xylanthe watched this with a mixture of awe and terror. To their people, a star was a sacred entity, a sovereign mind that demanded distance and respect. To see the humans treating Vega like a temperamental blast furnace was a form of cosmic sacrilege that Vale struggled to document. He watched as human tug ships, looking like battered iron beetles, darted into the very crown of the sun to retrieve cooling units. They moved with a frantic, desperate energy, always one mechanical failure away from annihilation. The veil reached out through the great array, attempting to touch the mind of the star. He felt Vega's consciousness, vast, ancient, and confused. The star told him that the small things were biting. It said that the humans were like parasites that had learned how to talk to the host's nervous system. They weren't just taking energy, they were injecting their own rhythms into the star's core. The rhythmic thumping of the human fusion dampeners was forcing the star to pulse at a frequency dictated by human mathematics. The chronicler realized that the humans were terraforming the stars themselves. They weren't changing the planets to fit their lungs, they were changing the suns to fit their power grids. In the Great Observatory, Vale's subordinates argued for a second intervention. They said that the humans were destabilizing the galactic arm. They claimed that if this continued, the delicate balance of the choir would be shattered forever. They wanted to send the thought fleets to dismantle the human stations and return the stars to their natural silence. Vale silenced them with a sharp pulse of light. He told them that they had misunderstood the situation from the beginning. He said that the Xylanthi had spent millions of years listening to the stars because they thought the stars were the masters of the universe. But the humans had proven that the stars were merely the environment. He pointed to the data streams coming from the Sol system. There, the humans had completed the first phase of the Sol net. The yellow dwarf was now encased in a web of shimmering filaments. It looked like a gemstone held in a silver claw. The human activity there had reached a level of complexity that defied Xylanthi categorization. They weren't just living near the sun, they were living inside its magnetic influence, using the solar wind as a highway and the sunspots as research stations. The humans had begun to send out scouts beyond the Orion Arm. These vessels were different from the Iron Will. They were larger, sleeker, and powered by the very resonance that had once threatened to destroy them. They called these ships the Echo class. They didn't use engines in the traditional sense. They rode the vibrations of the stars, surfing the cosmic noise like a bird riding a thermal. Miller's fleet was the vanguard of this expansion. She received orders from Earth Central to push toward the Pleiades. The stars there were young, hot, and notoriously violent. The Xylanthi had always avoided that cluster, fearing the unpredictable temper of the blue giants. But the humans saw the Pleiades and saw a high-voltage power plant waiting to be tapped. Holloway warned Miller that the blue giants wouldn't be as easy to tame as a middle-aged star like Sol or Vega. He said that the radiation levels would peel the lead shielding off their hulls in minutes. He told her that the crew was exhausted, that the metal was fatigued, and that they were asking for a miracle. Miller looked out at the blackness. She told him that humanity had been out of miracles since they left the caves. She said that they didn't need a miracle, they needed better insulation and a more aggressive cooling cycle. She ordered the fleet to move out, her voice carrying a cold, industrial certainty that chilled even the Xylanthi who were eavesdropping on her channel. As the human fleet entered the Pleiades, the choir reached a fever pitch. The young stars reacted to the human presence with a violence that shook the foundations of the sector. They lashed out with massive coronal mass ejections, ropes of plasma millions of miles long that whipped through the void. The iron will took a direct hit. The ship groaned, the sound of twisting metal echoing through the decks like a dying scream. Alarms blared in a dissonant harmony. Miller was thrown from her chair, her forehead bleeding where it hit the edge of the tactical plot. Halloway's voice came over the comms, distorted by static. He told her that the primary shields were down and the heat sinks were melting. He said that the star was trying to eat them alive. Miller climbed back into her seat, wiping the blood from her eyes. She didn't call for a retreat. She didn't pray. She told the bridge crew to slew the outer hull. She ordered them to jettison the damaged sections and use the debris as a thermal shield. She said that if the star wanted to burn them, they would give it something else to chew on while they moved into the shadow of the nearest gas giant. The Xylanthi watched in horror as the human ship began to fall apart, shedding layers of itself like a molting insect. But it didn't stop. The Iron Will continued its approach, its remaining engines glowing with a fierce, defiant light. It was a ghost of a ship, a skeleton of iron and determination, but it refused to turn back. Vale felt a shift in the local stars. The blue giants of the Pleiades stopped their frantic lashing. The plasma whips retracted. The stars seemed to pause their vast solar minds, focusing on the tiny, broken thing that refused to die. For the first time in recorded history, a star moved, not in its orbit, but in its output. The radiation levels around the Iron Will began to drop. The magnetic fields shifted, creating a calm corridor through the storm. It wasn't an act of mercy, it was an act of recognition. The stars were no longer complaining, they were making room. Vale realized that the humans had won the great friction not by being stronger, but by being more stubborn. They had convinced the universe that they were a permanent fixture, as inevitable as gravity and as relentless as time. The stars had accepted them because the alternative was a war that the stars would eventually lose, not through force of arms, but through the slow, methodical application of human engineering. The Iron Will reached its destination, a rocky moon orbiting a blue giant. Miller stood on the bridge, watching the construction drones begin to deploy. They looked like sparks against the dark, the first embers of a new fire. She told her crew that they had arrived. She said that the neighborhood was a bit loud, but they would manage. Back on Xylos, Vale began to shut down the Great Array. His subordinates asked him why he was stopping the observation. They said that the human expansion was only just beginning and that there was so much more to record. Vale looked at them, his crystalline eyes dimming. He told them that the era of the observer was over. He said that the humans had turned the universe into a conversation, and if the Xylanthe wanted to remain relevant, they had to stop listening and start speaking. He said that the choir was no longer a solo performance by the stars. It was a duet. He stepped out of his liquid light bath, his ancient limbs stiff. He told his people that they were going to build a ship, not a needle of thought or a vessel of light, but a ship made of metal, fire, and sweat. He said that they were going to meet the humans on their own terms. The Xylanthe were confused. They asked what they would say to the humans when they met them. They asked what kind of diplomatic message could bridge the gap between a race of crystalline scholars and a race of industrial scavengers. Vale smiled, a gesture he had learned from watching Miller. He told them that they wouldn't start with a message. They would start by asking if the humans needed a hand with the welding. In the deep reaches of the Pleiades, Sarah Miller watched the first foundations of a new colony being laid. The star above her was bright, hot, and silent. She knew it was still there, a massive engine of fusion that could destroy them in a heartbeat. But she also knew that it wouldn't. She sat back in her chair and closed her eyes for the first time in 3 days. The hum of the ship's engines was steady, a mechanical heartbeat that drowned out the silence of the void. She told herself that the stars could complain all they wanted as long as they kept the lights on. The universe was no longer a graveyard of light and distance. It was a city in progress. The humans were the architects, the stars were the power plants, and the Xylanthe were finally becoming the neighbors. As the iron will drifted in the shadow of the blue giant, a single signal reached its comms array. It wasn't a telepathic pulse or a cosmic resonance. It was a simple, low-frequency radio burst, primitive and clear. It came from the direction of Xylos. The message didn't contain poetry or philosophy. It was a set of coordinates and a request for technical specifications on carbon nanotube manufacturing. Miller opened her eyes and looked at the screen. She told her navigator to send the files. She said that it was about time someone else started pulling their weight. The galaxy was louder than ever. It was messy, it was crowded, and it was beautiful. The stars were no longer the masters of the dark. They were the torches held by a species that had decided that the night had lasted long enough. The humans had arrived, and they hadn't just brought fire. They had brought the will to keep it burning, no matter who complained. The Pleiades were not a welcoming nursery. They were a blue-white furnace of youthful arrogance. To the humans of the Third Expansion Fleet, the stars here felt like angry gods who had not yet learned their place. The radiation was so thick it manifested as a physical pressure against the iron will's hull. a constant, invisible sleet that made the metal groan and the internal sensors scream in digital agony. Miller watched the radiation counters climb. The numbers were deep in the red, vibrating with the intensity of the stellar wind. She didn't look away. She told her bridge crew that the sensors were just tools, not masters. She said that if the metal could hold, then the flesh inside it would have to find a way to endure. She looked at Holloway, who was currently jammed into a maintenance crawlspace beneath the tactical plot, his hands buried in a nest of glowing fiber optics. Holloway shouted from the hole that the primary shielding was losing its cohesion. He said that the blue giants were hitting them with a frequency that the human-made alloys weren't designed to handle. He told Miller that they were essentially trying to sail a wooden boat through a sea of liquid fire. He suggested that they divert all non-essential power, including life support in the lower decks, to the magnetic bottle. Miller didn't hesitate. She gave the order. She told the crew in the lower decks to move to the central core and to bring their emergency oxygen tanks. She said that the ship was going to get cold and it was going to get dark, but it was going to stay in one piece. The iron will shuddered as the power shifted. The lights on the bridge flickered and died, replaced by the dim, angry crimson of the emergency lanterns. The hum of the ventilation fans wound down to a haunting silence. In that quiet, the sound of the star became audible. It wasn't a sound carried by air, it was the vibration of the hull itself, a low-frequency thrumming that felt like a giant's heartbeat. Vale, watching from the Xylanthe cruiser luminous intent, felt the shift in the cosmic fabric. He had followed the humans into the cluster, his own ship a shimmering needle of crystalline grace that skipped along the edges of the gravity wells. He watched the iron will, a battered rectangular slab of iron, as it plunged deeper into the heart of the blue giant's territory. He told his navigators that the humans were either the bravest beings in the galaxy or the most profoundly broken. He saw the human ship begin to shed its outer skin. It was a desperate maneuver. By jettisoning the ablative plating, the humans were creating a cloud of debris that acted as a physical barrier against the solar wind. To Vale, it looked like a wounded animal tearing off its own fur to distract a predator. He reached out with his mind, trying to sense the collective will of the humans on board. What he found wasn't the panic he expected. It was a cold, rhythmic focus. It was the sound of 1,000 hammers hitting 1,000 anvils in perfect unison. The humans weren't afraid of the star, they were annoyed by it. They treated the cosmic violence as a logistical hurdle, a problem of heat dissipation and structural integrity. On the bridge of the iron will, the temperature began to drop. Miller could see her breath frosting in the red light. She gripped the arms of her command chair, her knuckles white. She told her navigator to bring them within 10,000 kilometers of the star's corona. The navigator, a young woman named Chen whose eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, looked back at her. She said that 10,000 kilometers was inside the kill zone. She told Miller that the magnetic tethers wouldn't be able to stabilize at that distance. She said that the ship would be pulled apart by the tidal forces before they could even deploy the collectors. Miller told her that the star was expecting them to be afraid. She said that gravity was just another law, and like any law, it had loopholes. She told Chen to use the star's own rotational energy to slingshot them into a stable low orbit. She said that they were going to steal the star's momentum and use it to power their own chains. The iron will accelerated. The ship felt like it was being squeezed by a giant hand. Screws popped from their sockets, zipping through the air like bullets. The screaming of the metal became a deafening roar. Holloway crawled out of the hole, his face covered in a mixture of oil and blood. He told Miller that the engines were redlining and that the cooling systems were failing. He said that the ship was about to turn into a very expensive shooting star. Miller didn't move. She watched the visual feed of the blue giant. It was a wall of blinding light that filled the entire screen. She told Holloway to hold on. She said that the universe didn't give anything away for free and they were just paying the entry fee. Then the transition happened. The iron will hit the sweet spot of the gravity well. The violent shaking stopped instantly, replaced by a terrifying, weightless silence. They were in the eye of the storm. The blue giant loomed over them, a terrifying expanse of roiling plasma, but they were no longer fighting it. They were falling around it in a perfect high-speed orbit. Miller exhaled. She told the crew to deploy the harpoons. From the belly of the iron will, massive cables of woven carbon nanotubes shot out toward the star. These weren't weapons, they were anchors. They were tipped with magnetic resonance heads that latched onto the star's own magnetic field lines. The cables snapped taut, vibrating with the power of 1 billion lightning bolts. The ship groaned as it began to draw energy directly from the star. The dead consoles on the bridge suddenly flared to life. The ventilation fans kicked in, blowing hot, metallic-tasting air across the crew. The radiation counters stabilized. Miller looked at the display. They were doing it. They were milking a god. She told the communications officer to open a channel to the rest of the fleet. She said to tell them that the well was open and the water was fine. She told them to begin the construction of the Dyson ring segments. Vale watched the data on his screens with a sense of profound displacement. The humans had not just survived the Pleiades, they had harnessed them. He saw the other human ships, the heavy freighters, the foundry vessels, the drone carriers, emerge from the shadows of the outer planets. They moved in a synchronized swarm, descending upon the blue giant like a cloud of locusts. Within hours, the first skeletal structures of the orbital ring began to take shape. The humans were using the star's own energy to power the automated fabricators that were eating the nearby asteroids and spitting out reinforced hull plates. It was a self-sustaining cycle of consumption and growth. turned to his bridge officers. He told them that the Xylanthe had spent eons debating the ethics of stellar manipulation. He said that they had lived in fear of disturbing the balance of the choir. But the humans didn't care about the balance. They were creating a new rhythm. He ordered his ship to approach the iron will. He told his pilot to lower the shields and to broadcast a message of greeting on all human frequencies. He said that it was time to stop being a spectator. The luminous intent drifted toward the battered human flagship. Compared to the iron will, the Xylanthe ship was a work of art, a translucent sculpture of light and geometry. Compared to the luminous intent, the iron will was a jagged, scarred veteran of a war that had never ended. The human ship didn't fire, it didn't even change its heading. A single message came back from Miller. She said that they were busy and that if the Xylanthe weren't there to help with the heavy lifting, they should stay out of the flight paths. Vale sent a reply. He told her that he was the High Chronicler of the Xylanthe Accord. He said that his people had watched the stars for longer than the human race had existed. He said that they had heard the stars complain about the humans and they had come to see why. Miller's voice came over the speaker, dry and raspy. She told him that the stars were just sore losers. She said that the galaxy had been empty for too long and that the humans were just filling the silence. She asked him if he knew anything about high-yield plasma stabilization because their number 4 collector was vibrating at a frequency that was making her teeth ache. Vale felt a strange sensation in his core. It was a flicker of something his race hadn't felt in millennia. It was curiosity. It was the desire to build. He told Miller that his people had mastered plasma stabilization before the humans had discovered fire. He said that he would send his engineering teams to her ship immediately. The first Xylanthe shuttles docked with the iron will. When the airlocks opened, the crystalline beings stepped into a world of grease, smoke, and loud, clanging metal. They saw humans covered in grime, swearing at recalcitrant bolts and drinking bitter liquids from dented canisters. The humans didn't bow. They didn't offer prayers. They handed the Xylanthe welding torches and pointed toward the broken conduits. Holloway met the first Xylanthe engineer, a spindly being of sapphire-colored light. He told the alien that the primary dampener was shot and that if they didn't fix it in the next 20 minutes, the whole deck would melt. He said that he didn't care how the Xylanthe did things back home, as long as they could stop the vibration. The Xylanthe engineer didn't use a torch. It placed its hands on the vibrating metal and began to hum. The sound was pure, a harmonic that cut through the cacophony of the ship. Slowly, the groaning of the dampener faded. The metal stopped shaking. The heat began to dissipate. Holloway wiped a smear of oil off his forehead and nodded. He told the alien that it was a decent start. He said that there were about 6,000 more dampeners that needed the same treatment. As the days turned into weeks, the Pleiades changed. The blue giant was no longer a lonely beacon of radiation. It was the heart of a vast, sprawling industrial complex. The Dyson ring grew by kilometers every hour, a silver band that stretched across the sky. The Xylanthe and the humans worked side by side, one race providing the raw, brutal power of engineering, the other providing the elegant, harmonic control of the stars' own frequencies. The stars themselves seemed to settle into a new state. The anger of the Pleiades didn't vanish, but it transformed. The stars were no longer screaming into the void. They were singing in a new key. It was a song of cooperation, of a universe that was finally being put to work. Vale spent much of his time on the bridge of the Iron Will, standing next to Miller. He watched as she managed the logistics of an entire star system from her dented command chair. He saw her make decisions that would affect billions of lives with nothing more than a shrug and a sip of cold coffee. He told her one evening that his people had once believed that the stars were the only things that mattered. He said that they had spent their lives trying to understand the will of the suns. Miller looked out at the construction site, her eyes reflecting the blue light of the star. She told him that the stars were just engines. She said that an engine is only as good as the person who knows how to turn the key. She told him that the humans had spent too long in the dark and they weren't going to let the stars dictate the terms of the light anymore. Vale asked her what would happen when they ran out of stars. He asked her if the humans would ever stop or if they would keep building until the entire galaxy was encased in iron and wire. Miller stood up, stretching her aching back. She told him that the galaxy was a big place. She said that by the time they finished with this one, they'd probably find a way to get to the next one. She told him that humanity wasn't looking for a destination. They were looking for a project that never ended. The High Chronicler realized then that the stars hadn't been complaining about the noise of the humans. They had been complaining about the end of their own autonomy. The humans were the first species to treat the universe as raw material rather than a temple. They were the first to realize that the stars didn't have to be listened to, they could be told what to do. As the Iron Will prepared to move on to the next system, leaving the completed ring behind, Vale returned to his own ship. He looked back at the Pleiades. The blue giant was now part of a network, its power being beamed across the light years to fuel the expansion of 100 different worlds. It looked like a tamed beast, powerful but controlled. He sat down at his chronicle and began to write. He wrote that the era of the Silent Watchers was truly dead. He wrote that the humans had brought something more powerful than fire or math to the stars. They had brought the concept of the tool. He wrote that the universe was no longer a place of mystery. It was a place of work. And for the first time in his life, Vale found that he didn't mind the noise. He found that he was looking forward to the next system, and the next star, and the next set of problems that only a human and a Xylanthe, working together with a welding torch and a song, could solve. The galaxy was louder than it had ever been, but as Vale closed his eyes, he realized it wasn't a cacophony. It was a symphony of construction. The humans were the conductors and the stars were the instruments, and the music was only just beginning. The iron will did not rest. It was a machine of scarred composite and stubborn intent, and its next target was the heart of the Orion Nebula. Miller sat in her command chair, her fingers tracing the jagged line of a weld repair on the armrest. She didn't need a sensor suite to tell her they were entering a graveyard of stars. The viewscreen was a chaotic tapestry of violet gas and newborn suns, a nursery that felt less like a cradle and more like a battlefield. Halloway was on the engineering deck, his voice crackling through the internal comms. He told Miller that the new Xylanthe harmonic dampeners were holding, but the sheer density of the nebular dust was sandblasting the forward shields. He said that the ship was breathing in silicon and exhaling sparks. He suggested they slow down before the friction turned the hull into a molten puddle. Miller told him to keep the engines at 80%. She said that they had a deadline. The colonial transport vessels were 3 weeks behind them, carrying 500,000 humans who expected a heated atmosphere and a functioning power grid. She told Halloway that the nebula wasn't a scenic route, it was a construction site that hadn't been cleared yet. Vale stood on the bridge of the luminous intent, maintaining a parallel course. His ship was a sliver of polished obsidian compared to the blunt instrument of the iron will. He watched the human ship plunge into the thickest clouds of the nebula. He told his own crew that the humans were treating the cosmic dust like a nuisance, like a gardener clearing weeds. He felt the resonance of the nebula, a low, mournful thrum of gas seeking to become stars. He sensed the protest of the proto-stars, the gravity wells that were being interrupted in their birth. He opened a channel to Miller. He told her that the nebula was a sacred space for many species in the Accord. He said that to interfere with the birth of a son was considered a high crime in the old cycles. He warned her that the resonance of the Orion nursery was particularly volatile. Miller looked at the violet clouds. She told Vale that a star that hadn't been born yet wasn't a star, it was just a pile of unorganized heat. She said that her people needed the heat now, not in 10 million years. She told him that the Accord had plenty of time to watch things grow, but humans lived fast and died faster. She said that if the universe wanted to keep its secrets, it shouldn't have left the lights on. The iron will hit a pocket of high-density hydrogen. The ship bucked, throwing the bridge crew against their restraints. A console exploded in a spray of blue sparks. Miller didn't flinch. She told the navigator to compensate for the drag. She said that the nebula was trying to swallow them and they were going to make it choke. They reached the designated coordinates, a massive, rotating disk of gas and dust that was on the verge of collapsing into a red dwarf. It was a massive, glowing eye in the dark. The humans didn't see a miracle, they saw a battery. Miller gave the order to deploy the harvesters. These were smaller, automated drones shaped like jagged teeth. They swarmed out of the Iron Will's hangar bays, diving into the spinning disk. They weren't there to observe, they were there to strip mine the gravity. By deploying magnetic siphons, the drones began to pull the gas away from the center of the collapse, funneling it into pressurized canisters. Vale watched the telemetry. He told Miller that she was killing a star before it could even speak. He said that the loss of this sun would ripple through the local gravity for centuries. Miller told him that the humans would build an artificial one to replace it when they were done. She said that nature was a terrible architect and that her people were just providing a better blueprint. She told him to look at the sensors. The siphoned gas wasn't just being stored. It was being ignited in the bellies of the foundry ships that followed in the Iron Will's wake. The humans were creating localized fusion reactions to power massive atmospheric processors. They were literally using the blood of a dead star to breathe life into the barren rocks of the nearby moons. On the engineering deck, Holloway was elbow-deep in a coolant leak. A Xylanthe technician, a being of shimmering amber light named Kale, stood over him. Kale told Holloway that the human method of fusion was incredibly inefficient. He said that they were wasting 40% of the potential energy as heat. Holloway wiped his face with a greasy rag. He told the alien that heat wasn't waste if you were cold. He said that the humans liked the heat. It reminded them of where they came from. He told Kale to stop criticizing the plumbing and start tuning the magnetic coils. He said that if the containment field dropped, they'd all be part of the nebula within 3 seconds. Kale adjusted the frequency. The alien told Holloway that the humans were the only species he had ever met that would try to fix a leaking nuclear reactor with a piece of tape and a prayer. Holloway grinned. He told Kale that the tape was reinforced with carbon fiber and the prayer was actually a very sophisticated set of swear words. He said that as long as it worked, the universe didn't care about the aesthetics. The work continued for months. The Orion Nebula, once a place of silent, slow-motion creation, became a frantic hub of activity. The humans built a network of transit rails between the moons, using the stolen gas of the protostar to fuel the engines of progress. They built cities under glass domes, where the light of the violet nebula was filtered into a soft, perpetual twilight. The stars continued to complain. The telepathic species of the Accord reported a growing sense of unease in the cosmic resonance. They said that the humans were like a virus that had learned how to rewrite the DNA of the galaxy. They said that the silence was being replaced by a mechanical heartbeat that never stopped. Vale stood on the surface of one of the newly colonized moons. He was inside a human-built habitat, watching a group of children play in a park where the grass was genetically engineered to survive on recycled water and artificial light. He looked up through the transparent ceiling at the scarred remains of the gas disk. He told Miller, who was standing beside him in a rare moment of shore leave, that he had never seen anything so ugly and so magnificent at the same time. He said that the humans had taken a masterpiece and turned it into a factory. Miller looked at the children. She told Vale that a masterpiece you can't live in is just a museum. She said that the humans were tired of being visitors in the universe. They wanted to be the owners. She told him that the stars had been lonely for a long time and now they had company. She received a signal on her handheld device. It was a message from the High Command of the 3rd Expansion Fleet. There was a new discovery in the galactic core, a supermassive black hole that was emitting a strange, structured frequency. The message said that it wasn't a natural phenomenon, it was a signal. Miller's eyes sharpened. She told Vale that the vacation was over. She said that it looked like someone else had been building in the dark before the humans got there. She told him that if there was something bigger and louder than humanity out there, she wanted to be the first one to tell it to move over. Vale felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air. He told Miller that the galactic core was a place of madness where the laws of physics were stretched to the breaking point. He said that even the Accords stayed away from the center. Miller headed back toward the shuttle that would take her to the Iron Will. She told him that if the laws of physics were breaking, then someone needed to be there to pick up the pieces and see what they could be used for. She said that the humans weren't just moving into the neighborhood anymore. They were going to see who was running the city. The Iron Will burned its engines, turning its blunt nose toward the dense cluster of stars at the heart of the Milky Way. Behind it, the Orion Nebula glowed with the artificial lights of 1,000 human outposts. The stars were still complaining, their voices a constant background hum of cosmic resentment, but the humans had stopped listening. They had work to do, and the center of the galaxy was a very large project. As the ship jumped into warp, the last thing Vale saw was the flare of the human engines, a bright, defiant spark that challenged the ancient dark. He told his crew to follow. He said that he wanted to see what happened when the species that refused to listen finally met the force that refused to be ignored. The symphony was moving into its second movement, and the conductor was already raising the baton. The jump toward the galactic core was not a smooth transition through the fabric of space. It felt like being dragged through a sieve of static and teeth. The Iron Will groaned, its internal bulkheads screaming as the gravitational shear of the dense central cluster clawed at the hull. Miller sat in her chair, her jaw clamped shut so hard her muscles pulsed. She watched the sensor arrays flickering with data that shouldn't exist. The laws of physics were beginning to fray at the edges, and the ship was the needle trying to stitch them back together. Holloway's voice came through the comms, stripped of its usual bravado. He told Miller that the vacuum was starting to boil. He said the coolant lines were freezing and evaporating at the same time because the local entropy was failing. He told her that the Xylanthi were huddled in the engine room, their crystalline bodies glowing with a frantic, rhythmic pulse. They weren't just fixing the ship anymore. They were singing to the metal, trying to remind it that it was supposed to be solid. Miller told him to hold it together. She said that they hadn't come this far to be turned into Hawking radiation. She watched the view screen as the stars began to crowd the sky. They were no longer distant points of light. They were massive, bloated giants packed so tightly that their coronas almost touched. The heat was a physical weight, a pressure that the shields struggled to deflect. Vale contacted her from the luminous intent. His voice was a thin thread of silver in the roar of the interference. He told Miller that the stars here were not complaining. They were screaming. He said that the gravity of the supermassive black hole at the center, Sagittarius A, was acting like a conductor's podium, and the stars were being forced into a frantic, lethal dance. He told her that the signal they were chasing was coming from the very event horizon of the singularity. He said that nothing could survive there, not even the Xylantha's most advanced light constructs. Miller told him that humans were good at surviving things they weren't supposed to. She said that if there was a signal, there was a transmitter. And if there was a transmitter, there was a way to take it apart and see how it worked. She ordered the Iron Will to burn its remaining fuel to stabilize their orbit around the innermost ring of stars. As they drew closer, the source of the signal became visible. It wasn't a ship and it wasn't a station. It was a structure of impossible geometry, a ring of dark matter and solidified light that encaged the black hole itself. It was a cage built on a scale that made the Dyson ring at the Pleiades look like a child's toy. The structure was vibrating at a frequency that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the marrow of the human crew. Holloway reported that the vibrations were shaking the bolts out of the floorboards. He said that the ship was literally trying to disassemble itself to match the frequency of the cage. He told Miller that the Xylanthi were falling into a trance, their forms turning translucent as they tried to harmonize with the black hole's song. He said he was having to tie them to the consoles to keep them from drifting through the walls. Miller stared at the great cage. She saw the way the light of 1,000 suns was being funneled into the structure, stripped of its heat, and converted into a pure, cold stream of data. She realized that the entire galactic core wasn't a natural formation. It was a processor. Someone or something had turned the heart of the galaxy into a computer the size of 1,000 solar systems. She told Vale that the stars weren't just being used, they were being consumed. She said that this wasn't engineering, It was a harvest. She asked him if the Accord knew who had built this. Vale's response was slow, heavy with a dread that had been buried for eons. He said that the legends of his people spoke of the first builders, those who had shaped the vacuum before the stars had even cooled. He said that the Accord had always assumed they were gone, vanished into the higher dimensions. He told Miller that the signal wasn't a greeting, it was a heartbeat. The machine was waking up because it had detected the noise of the humans. The great cage began to shift. Massive plates of dark matter, each the size of a planet, began to rotate. The frequency changed. It wasn't a hum anymore, it was a command. The stars in the immediate vicinity began to flare, their solar winds lashing out like whips. One of the nearby foundry ships, a human vessel trailing behind the iron will, was caught in a flare and vaporized in an instant. There was no explosion, just a sudden absence of matter. Miller didn't call for a retreat. She told the fleet to tighten their formation. She told Holloway to reroute all power to the forward kinetic batteries. She said that if the galaxy had a landlord, it was time they learned that the tenants were armed. Holloway told her she was crazy. He said they were trying to fight a god with a slingshot. He told her that the kinetic rounds wouldn't even dent the surface of a dark matter plate. Miller told him that they weren't going to shoot the plate. She said they were going to shoot the connectors. She pointed out a series of shimmering filaments that held the massive plates together, nodes of pure energy that pulsed in time with the central signal. She said that even a god had to have a nervous system, and they were going to give it a stroke. The iron will surged forward. It was a tiny, battered spark of iron flying into the maw of a cosmic engine. The Xylanthe on board began to scream, a sound of crystalline glass shattering. They could feel the thoughts of the machine, a cold, infinite logic that saw the humans as nothing more than a localized error in the calculation. Vale pleaded with Miller to stop. He said that if she damaged the cage, the black hole would be unleashed, and the resulting gravitational wave would wipe out every colony they had built. He said that the noise of the humans had finally provoked a response, and that response would be silence. Miller didn't listen. She told him that she'd rather be a loud mistake than a silent slave. She gave the order to fire. The kinetic slugs accelerated to a fraction of the speed of light, slammed into the first node. The impact didn't cause a fire, but it caused a ripple. The dark matter plate staggered in its rotation. The frequency of the great cage wavered, slipping into a dissonant chord. For the first time in billions of years, the machine felt friction. The response was immediate. A beam of pure white light erupted from the center of the cage, striking the iron will's shields. The ship shuddered, the hull plating glowing cherry red. Inside, the air began to ionize. The smell of ozone and burning insulation filled the bridge. Miller stayed in her chair, even as the plastic of the armrests began to melt against her palms. Holloway reported that the shields were at 5%. He said the next hit would turn them into a cloud of atoms. He told Miller that the Xylanthe had stopped screaming. He said they were starting to fight back. In the engine room, the sapphire and amber beings had placed their hands on the human reactors. They weren't just tuning the frequency anymore. They were pouring their own essence into the machines, blending their light with the raw, dirty power of human fusion. The engines of the iron will began to roar with a sound that wasn't mechanical. It was a song of defiance, a harmony of grease and starlight. The ship's power levels spiked, surging past the red line. The shields didn't just hold, they expanded, pushing back against the white light of the first builders. Miller told the navigator to ram the next node. She said that if they couldn't shoot it down, they would tear it down. The iron will became a spear. It plunged into the heart of the great cage, its prow grinding against the impossible geometry of the dark matter filaments. Metal twisted, crystalline beings shattered, and humans threw themselves into the fires of the failing systems to keep the engines screaming. The node broke. The great cage didn't explode. It began to unravel. The massive plates lost their synchronization and began to drift, colliding with one another with the force of dying worlds. The central signal turned into a jagged, broken screech. The black hole at the center, no longer contained, began to feast on the debris of its own prison. The shockwave threw the iron will across the void. The ship was a wreck, its hull torn open to the stars, its engines dead, its crew bleeding. But as Miller looked out of the shattered view screen, she saw something that no one had seen since the beginning of time. The stars of the galactic core were no longer being funneled into the machine. They were drifting free. The artificial twilight of the processor was gone, replaced by the raw, chaotic brilliance of a million suns. Vale's ship pulled alongside the iron will, its obsidian hull scarred but intact. He told Miller that they had done the impossible. He said they had broken the cycle of the first builders. He told her that the galaxy was finally, truly empty of masters. Miller coughed, spitting blood onto the deck. She told him that it wasn't empty. She said it was just under new management. She told him to get his engineering teams over to her ship because they had a lot of repairs to make and they had a lot of salvage to collect from the wreck of a god. She looked at the black hole, now a silent, dark eye in the center of a chaotic sea of light. She said that the stars might still complain about the humans, but from now on, they'd have to do it from behind a human-built fence. The iron will floated in the ruins of the core, a broken tool in a workshop that now spanned the entire universe. Halloway came up to the bridge, his face blackened by soot, a dented canister of bitter coffee in his hand. He handed it to Miller and told her that the number 4 collector was still vibrating. Miller took a sip and told him to get the xylanthe to hum at it until it stopped. She said they had a galaxy to rebuild, and she didn't want any more noise than was absolutely necessary. The stars were silent for a moment, as if catching their breath. And then, as the first human repair drones began to swarm over the wreckage, the noise began again. It was the sound of hammers, the sound of welding, and the sound of a race that refused to be quiet. The symphony was over. The work had begun. The silence of the galactic core was not a peaceful thing. It was the heavy, pressurized quiet of a tomb that had been forced open. Miller sat in the command chair of the iron will, her fingers tracing the jagged cracks in the armrest. The bridge smelled of scorched copper and the metallic tang of dried blood. Outside the reinforced viewports, the great cage was no longer a geometric perfection. It was a graveyard of planetary-scale shrapnel. Massive plates of dark matter drifted like icebergs in a sea of radiation, occasionally grinding against one another with a friction that sent ripples through the gravitational constant of the sector. Holloway limped onto the bridge, his flight suit torn at the shoulder. He didn't say a word at first. He just leaned against the navigation console and stared at the carnage. He eventually told Miller that the life support was holding by a thread and that the xylanthe were refusing to leave the engine room. He said they were mourning. To the crystalline beings, the destruction of the first builder's machine was like watching the death of a god, or perhaps the burning of the ultimate library. Miller told him that mourning was a luxury for people who weren't leaking oxygen. She asked for a status report on the fleet. Holloway spat a glob of dark phlegm into a rag and told her that the luminous intent was functioning at 40%. He said the rest of the human foundry ships were either dust or drifting hulks. He told her that they had won, but the cost of the victory was a bill they couldn't pay yet. The comms array crackled. It was Vale. His voice was no longer the melodic chime of a superior being. It was hollow, echoing as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. He told Miller that the Accord was in chaos. He said that the telepathic resonance of the Great Cage's collapse had traveled faster than light, hitting every sentient mind in the galaxy like a physical blow. He told her that the stars were no longer complaining. They were terrified. For the first time in recorded history, the celestial bodies were silent, as if they were holding their breath, waiting to see what the humans would do next. Miller told Vale to stop worrying about the stars and start worrying about the salvage. She pointed at a massive fragment of the cage that was caught in a stable Lagrange point. She said that the material in that plate was denser than anything in the periodic table. She told him that if they could harness even a fraction of the dark matter synthesis, they wouldn't just be a spacefaring race. They would be the architects of reality. Vale told her that she was missing the point. He said that the first builders hadn't built the cage to power a computer. They had built it to keep something out or perhaps to keep something in. He told her that the signal they had followed wasn't a heartbeat of the machine. It was a distress call. He said that by breaking the cage, they hadn't just freed the stars. They had opened a door that had been locked for 10 billion years. Miller didn't blink. She told him that if a door was open, the first thing a human did was walk through it to see if there was anything worth taking on the other side. She ordered Holloway to prep the long-range scanners. She said she wanted a full sweep of the event horizon. The work of the next few weeks was a grueling exercise in desperation. The human engineers, bolstered by the remaining Xylanthe, crawled over the exterior of the iron will like ants on a wounded beetle. They used magnetic clamps and carbon fiber patches to seal the breaches. They scavenged components from the floating wreckage of the foundry ships, jury-rigging the FTL drives with parts that were never meant to touch. Kale, the Xylanthe engineer, eventually came to the bridge. His light was dim, a flickering violet that suggested exhaustion. He told Miller that the ship was no longer a ship. He said it was a collection of accidents held together by stubbornness. He told her that if they tried to jump again, the structural integrity would fail. He said they were stuck in the core, surrounded by the ghosts of a dead civilization. Miller told him that being stuck was just another word for being a pioneer. She pointed to the debris field. She told Kale that they were going to build a new station right there in the heart of the ruins. She said they would call it Core 1. She told him that the humans weren't going back to the Orion Nebula. They were staying here at the center of the city to make sure no one else tried to move in. Holloway laughed, a dry, hacking sound. He told Miller that she was insane. He asked her how she expected to feed 10,000 people in a place where the light would kill you in seconds if the shields flickered. He said they didn't have the resources to build a campfire, let alone a station. Miller told him to look at the sensors. She showed him a reading from the broken dark matter plates. She said the plates were emitting a stable, low-frequency energy that could be tapped. It was the same energy the first builders had used. She told him that the humans didn't need to bring resources. They just needed to learn how to eat the leftovers of the gods. The stars began to hum again, but the tone had shifted. It wasn't the rhythmic complaint of a utilized resource. It was a jagged, uneven vibration. Vale reported that the Accord seers were seeing visions of a great shadow moving across the void. He said the silence of the stars had been a warning. He told Miller that something was coming from the great void between galaxies. He said the cage had been a shield, a barrier that hid the heat of the Milky Way from the predators that lived in the dark. Miller stood up, her legs shaking from the weeks of high-gravity stress. She told Vale that the humans had spent their entire history fighting predators. She said that on Earth, they had started with sticks and ended with splitting the atom. She told him that if something was coming from the dark, it was going to find the lights turned on and the front door guarded. She ordered the Iron Will to begin transmitting a wide-spectrum broadcast. She didn't send a message of peace or a plea for help. She told the communications officer to broadcast the sound of a human heartbeat, amplified 1 billion times, overlaid with the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. She said she wanted the universe to know that the neighborhood wasn't empty. The stars screamed in protest. The telepathic species of the Accord begged them to stop, saying that the noise was drawing the shadow closer. They said the humans were like children lighting a fire in a forest full of wolves. Miller looked at the view screen where the first foundations of Core 1 were being welded onto a dark matter fragment. She told the Accord that the fire wasn't just for warmth. She said it was to see the target. As the days turned into months, the station grew. It was an ugly, asymmetrical thing built from the bones of warships and the tech of a dead era. It looked like a scab on the face of the universe. But inside, the air was warm and the lights were bright. The children who had been born in the Orion Nebula were now teenagers, learning how to calibrate sensors and patch hull leaks. They didn't remember the soft twilight of the nebula. They only knew the harsh, brilliant glare of the core. Miller watched them from the observation deck. She told Holloway that the stars were right to complain. She said that humans were a noisy, messy, destructive species. She said they took beautiful things and broke them to see how they worked. But she also said that the stars were wrong about one thing. Holloway asked her what that was. Miller looked at the distant, approaching shadow on the edge of the scanners, a darkness that was swallowing the stars of the outer rim one by one. She told him that the stars thought the humans were the virus. She said they hadn't realized that the humans were actually the immune system. She turned away from the window and headed toward the command center. She told Holloway to wake up the Xylanthe and tell them to start tuning the magnetic coils. She said that the first movement of the symphony was over, and the second movement was a war song. She told him that if the universe wanted silence, it was going to have to fight for it. The Iron Will, now permanently docked as the heart of the station, hummed with a renewed energy. The Xylanthe began to sing again, but it wasn't a song of mourning. It was a sharp, percussive melody that matched the beat of the human hammers. The alliance of the broken and the bold was hardening into something new. Vale arrived on the station a week later. He looked at the human children playing in the corridors, their faces smudged with grease. He looked at the Xylanthe working side by side with engineers who used duct tape as a religious icon. He told Miller that he had never seen anything so terrifying. He said that the Accord was terrified of the humans, but they were more terrified of what was coming. He told her that the Accord had voted to provide the humans with their remaining fleet. Miller nodded, accepting the surrender of a billion-year-old hegemony as if it were a routine report. She told Vale that it was a good start. She said they were going to need every ship they could get. She told him that the shadow was 3 light-years away and moving fast. She walked to the central map of the galaxy. She pointed to the outer edge where the darkness was thickest. She told him that they weren't going to wait for it to arrive. She said the humans had learned a lot from the great cage. They had learned how to focus gravity. They had learned how to turn a black hole into a lens. Holloway looked at the map. He told Miller that she was planning to use the singularity as a weapon. He said the recoil alone would tear the core apart. He told her that they would be destroying the very heart of the galaxy just to stop a predator. Miller looked him in the eye. She told him that a heart is only useful if the body is alive. She said that if they had to burn the center of the galaxy to save the rest of it, then they would be the ones holding the match. She told him that the stars had been complaining about the heat for a long time. She said it was time they learned what a real fire looked like. The station began to vibrate. The dark matter plates, now under human control, began to shift into a new formation. They weren't a cage anymore. They were a barrel. The supermassive black hole at the center began to howl as its event horizon was squeezed by the magnetic fields. The light of 1,000,000 stars was being sucked into the center, not to be consumed but to be aimed. Vale felt the resonance in his bones. He told Miller that the first builders would have been horrified. He said they had built the cage to preserve the balance of the universe. Miller told him that the first builders were gone and the balance was a lie told by people who were afraid of change. She said the humans were here now and they didn't care about balance. They cared about winning. She gave the order to prime the primary focal array. The station groaned under the strain. The Xylantha's light turned a blinding, predatory white. The humans on the bridge braced themselves, their hands locked onto whatever was solid. The stars were screaming now, a telepathic roar that could be felt across every parsec of the Milky Way. It was a sound of absolute, unadulterated protest. The humans ignored it. They had work to do. Miller watched the countdown. She told Holloway that when this was over, she wanted a real cup of coffee, not the recycled sludge he had been serving. Holloway grinned, his teeth white against his soot-stained face. He told her that if they survived, he would find her a whole planet of coffee beans. The countdown hit 0. The center of the galaxy didn't explode. It vanished into a point of infinite brightness. A beam of concentrated gravitational force and hard radiation erupted from the core, a spear of light that cut through the darkness of the void. It traveled across the light years in an instant, a ripple in the fabric of space that ignored the speed of light. The shadow in the distance didn't just dissipate, it was unmade. The predator that had haunted the great void for eons was struck by the combined fury of 1,000,000 suns focused through a human-made lens. For a heartbeat, the entire galaxy was illuminated. Every world, every moon, every hidden outpost was bathed in a light that was both terrifying and magnificent. And then the light faded. The core was quiet. The black hole was still there, but it was calm. The great cage was gone, replaced by a drifting field of cooling slag. The iron will was still attached to the station, its hull glowing with the heat of the discharge. Miller sat back in her chair. She was shaking, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. She looked at the sensors. The shadow was gone. The void was empty again. Vale stood beside her, his form shimmering with a strange, new frequency. He told Miller that the stars had stopped screaming. He said they were silent, but it wasn't the silence of a tomb. He told her that they were listening. Miller closed her eyes. She told him that was good. She said it was about time they paid attention. She told Holloway to get the repair crews out. She said the focal array was melted and the life support was failing again. She told him that the universe was a big place and they had a lot more doors to open. Holloway started laughing, a loud, boisterous sound that echoed through the battered bridge. He told her that the stars were probably going to complain about the noise of the repairs. Miller smiled. She told him to let them complain. She said that as long as they were complaining, it meant they were still there to hear it. And as long as the humans were there to make the noise, the universe would never be lonely again. The vibration in the deck plates of Core 1 did not settle after the shot. It evolved into a low, rhythmic thrum that felt less like machinery and more like a pulse. Miller stayed in her chair, watching the telemetry as the afterglow of the gravitational spear receded into the deep infrared. The sensors were screaming with ghost signals, echoes of a strike that had rewritten the local laws of physics. She wiped a smear of grease from her forehead and looked at Holloway. He was staring at the main view screen, his mouth hanging open. He said that he could still see the streak on his retinas. He asked if the sensor array had survived the discharge. Miller checked the readouts. She told him that the array was slagged, but the backup gravitational lenses were still functioning. She said the shadow had not just been pushed back, it had been shredded. The data showed a massive dispersal of non-baryonic matter across a 3-parsec radius. Whatever had been lurking in the void was now nothing more than cosmic dust. Vale moved toward the center of the bridge, his crystalline form pulsing with a frantic, jagged rhythm. He told Miller that the Accord was in a state of total collapse. He said that the telepathic shockwave of the firing had been so intense that entire species were currently catatonic. He told her that the humans had not just defended the galaxy, they had traumatized it. He said that the stars were no longer complaining because they were paralyzed by the sheer scale of the violence the humans were capable of wielding. Miller stood up, her joints popping. She told Vale that trauma was a precursor to growth. She said that if the Accord wanted to sit in the dark and whisper, they were welcome to do so, but the humans were going to keep the lights on. She ordered Holloway to get a damage control team to the focal housing. She said that if the shadow had friends, she wanted to be ready to greet them with a second shot. Holloway grunted and tapped into his comms unit. He told the engineering deck that they had 10 minutes to give him a status report, or he would personally come down there and start throwing people into the heat sinks. He looked back at Miller and said that the Xylanthi were refusing to work. He said they were huddled in the corners of the power core, singing a song that sounded like a funeral dirge. Miller told him to tell the Xylanthi that the funeral was for their enemies, not for them. She said she would be down there in 5 minutes to talk to Kale. The walk through the corridors of Core 1 was a journey through a construction site that had been hit by a hurricane. Wires hung from the ceiling like mechanical vines, sparking intermittently. Human technicians moved with a grim, focused energy, welding plates over hull breaches and hauling canisters of coolant toward the overheating reactors. There was no talking, only the rhythmic clatter of tools and the heavy breathing of exhausted men and women. When Miller reached the engine room, the air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt insulation. The Xylanthi were gathered around the central pillar of the dark matter reactor. Their light was a sickly, translucent gray. Kale stood at the front, his limbs trembling. He told Miller that they could not continue. He said that the energy they had channeled was a violation of the Great Balance. He told her that the first builders had intended the core to be a sanctuary, not a foundry for weapons of mass destruction. Miller walked right up to him, ignoring the heat radiating from the reactor. She told Kale that the first builders were dead and their sanctuary was a tomb. She said that the balance he loved so much was just another word for stagnation. She pointed at the ceiling, toward the void outside. She told him that the shadow would have eaten his people and mine without a second thought for the balance. She asked him if he wanted to be a martyr for a dead philosophy or an architect of a living future. Kale's light flickered. He said that the humans were a storm that never ended. He told her that he feared the day when there were no more enemies left to fight, because then the humans would turn their hammers on the stars themselves. Miller told him that if that day ever came, she would be the first to complain. But for now, she said, the reactor was leaking and the station was losing orbit. She told him to get his people to the cooling vanes, or they would all find out what the inside of a singularity looked like. Kale hesitated, then let out a low, resonant hum. The other Xylanthi began to move, their lights shifting back toward a functional violet. They began to interface with the human consoles, their slender fingers dancing over touchscreens designed for much rougher hands. Miller headed back to the bridge, but she was stopped in the corridor by a young girl no older than 14. The girl was holding a tablet and wearing a flight suit that was 3 sizes too big. She told Miller that the long-range scanners had picked up something strange in the wake of the blast. She said it wasn't a shadow or a debris field. She said it looked like a structure. Miller took the tablet. The image was grainy, distorted by the lingering radiation of the spear, but the geometry was unmistakable. It was a ring, vast and silver, orbiting a dead star on the very edge of the galactic rim. It hadn't been there before the shot. The girl told Miller that the energy of the spear must have stripped away a cloaking field. She said the ring was emitting a signal on a frequency that the human comms could actually understand. She said it was a sequence of coordinates followed by a single word in ancient Terran Greek. Miller looked at the word. It said, Ithaca. She felt a chill that had nothing to do with the failing life support. She told the girl to get this data to Holloway immediately. She said not to tell anyone else, especially not the Xylanthe or Vale. Back on the bridge, Miller found Holloway staring at a different screen. He told her that the Accord ships were starting to move. He said they weren't attacking, but they were forming a blockade around the core. He said Vale's people were scared that the humans were going to fire again and they were trying to bottle them up. Miller told him to ignore the blockade for a moment. She showed him the image of the ring. Holloway looked at it, then at the word Ithaca. He asked her if she thought it was a trap. He said that finding a Greek word on the other side of the galaxy was either a miracle or a very elaborate way to die. Miller told him that the first builders might not have been as alien as they thought. She said that if the cage was a shield and the shadow was the predator, then Ithaca might be the home they had been looking for since they left Earth. She told him that they couldn't stay in the core forever. The station was a wreck and the Accord was turning hostile. Vale approached them, his light pulsing with suspicion. He asked what they were looking at. He said that the Accord demanded a full explanation of the weapon's capabilities and a timeline for the decommissioning of Core 1. Miller turned to him. She told Vale that the humans were leaving. She said they were taking the Iron Will and whatever Foundry ships could still fly. She told him that the Accord could have the core. She said they could rebuild the cage if they wanted to, or they could sit in the ruins and pray to the silence. Vale was stunned. He asked where they would go. He said that the outer rims were dangerous and the shadow might return. Miller told him that they were going to a place called Ithaca. She said that if the stars wanted to complain about the noise, they would have to follow the humans to the edge of the universe to do it. Holloway asked her how they were going to get past the blockade. He said the Iron Will was held together by spit and prayer, and the Accord had 3,000 ships between them and the exit. Miller told him that they weren't going to fight their way out. She said they were going to use the same trick they used to fire the spear. She told him to prime the dark matter plates for a localized gravitational fold. She said they were going to jump the entire station. Holloway told her she was insane. He said that jumping a station of this mass would create a rift that might swallow the core. Miller told him that the core had had a good run. She said it was time for a change of scenery. The next few hours were a blur of high-stakes engineering. The humans and Xylanthe worked with a desperate synchronicity. They stripped the remaining Foundry ships of their engines and bolted them directly to the hull of Core 1. They diverted all power from the life support and shields into the primary induction coils. The air grew cold and the lights dimmed to a faint red glow. On the bridge, Miller watched the Accord fleet close the circle. Vale was gone, having returned to his flagship to coordinate the blockade. He sent one final message, telling Miller that if they tried to move, the Accord would be forced to open fire. He said they could not allow the human infection to spread any further. Miller didn't reply. She watched the countdown on her console. She told Holloway to engage the fold on her mark. The Accord ships opened fire. Beams of pure light and plasma lances slammed into the station's outer hull. The shields flared and died in seconds. The station groaned as the metal began to warp and melt. Holloway shouted that they were losing structural integrity. He said the reactor was redlining. Miller told him to hold it. She watched the Accord ships move in for the kill, their formations tightening. She waited until the first boarding pods were launched. She said, "Now." The universe turned inside out. There was no sound, only a sensation of being pulled through a needle's eye. The core, the blockade, and the ruins of the great cage vanished in a flash of white noise. When the sensation passed, the bridge was silent. The only sound was the hiss of a burst pipe and the frantic clicking of a Geiger counter. Miller opened her eyes and looked at the view screen. The core was gone. In its place was the vast, empty expanse of the galactic rim. And right in front of them, filling the sky, was the silver ring. It was beautiful, a perfect circle of polished metal that reflected the light of a billion distant stars. Holloway leaned back in his chair and let out a long, shaky breath. He told Miller that they were still alive. He said he didn't know how, but the station had held together. Miller looked at the ring. She saw a series of docking bays, each one large enough to house a city. She saw green forests and blue oceans visible through transparent domes on the inner surface of the ring. It wasn't just a station. It was a world. The comms array crackled. A voice came through, clear and resonant. It wasn't a telepathic broadcast or a digital signal. It was a human voice recorded long ago. The voice said, "Welcome home. We knew you would eventually find the key. We are sorry about the noise, but we had to make sure you were loud enough to survive." Miller looked at Holloway. He looked as confused as she felt. She told him to prep a landing party. She said she wanted to see what kind of people built a house at the end of the world. As the iron will detached from the station and drifted toward the ring, the stars began to hum again. But this time, the sound was different. It wasn't a complaint or a scream. It was a low, steady vibration that felt like a greeting. Miller sat in her chair, the dented canister of bitter coffee in her hand. She took a sip and told Holloway that the symphony wasn't over. She said they were just starting the third movement. The sensors picked up a movement on the surface of the ring. A fleet of ships, sleek and white, began to rise from the docking bays. They weren't Accord ships and they weren't Xylanthe. They were human designs evolved over 10 billion years of isolation. Miller told the comms officer to send a message. She said she didn't want to send a heartbeat or a hammer strike this time. She told him to tell them that the neighbors were here, and they had brought their own tools. The silver ships formed an escort around the battered ruins of Core 1. The silence of the rim was broken by the sound of 1,000 engines, a roar of fire and steel that echoed across the void. The humans had found Ithaca, and the universe was about to get a lot louder. The silver ships did not fire. They drifted in a synchronized dance, their hulls reflecting the dying light of the distant galactic center like polished mirrors. Miller watched them through the cracked transparency of the bridge, her hand gripping the armrest so hard her knuckles turned a ghostly white. She told Holloway to hold all weapons fire. She said that if they had traveled 10,000 light years to get shot by their own ancestors, she wanted it to be a surprise. Holloway did not move his hands from the console, but he nodded. He said the power levels on the silver ships were off the charts. He told her that their sensors couldn't even find a seam in the hull metal. It was as if the ships had been grown rather than built. The lead ship, a slender needle of mercury-colored alloy, pulled alongside the shattered remains of the iron will. A light began to pulse from its bow, a rhythmic amber glow that matched the heartbeat of the station's own emergency strobes. The comms officer, a man named Henderson who had lost 3 fingers during the jump, looked up from his station. He told Miller that the signal was a handshake protocol. He said it was using a variant of the old Earth digital encryption that had been obsolete for 5 centuries. He told her it was asking for a passenger manifest and a declaration of intent. Miller stood up, smoothing her singed flight suit. She told him to tell them that they were the remnants of the Core 1 expeditionary force. She said their intent was to survive the night. A moment of silence stretched between the 2 vessels, a tension so thick it felt like the air in the bridge was turning to liquid. Then the amber light turned a soft, welcoming green. The voice that came through the speakers was no longer a recording. It was live, layered with the slight static of a long-range transmission. The speaker said that they had been waiting for a very long time. He told Miller that his name was Kestrel and he was the warden of the Ithaca Gate. He said that the noise they had made at the core was the loudest thing the Rim had heard since the stars were young. He told her to prepare for docking. The atmosphere inside the ring was calibrated for baseline human biology. Miller felt a weight lift from her chest that she hadn't realized she was carrying. She told Holloway to bring them in. She said to keep the Xylanthe under guard for now. She didn't want the Accord's observers to see too much before they knew whose side the Wardens were on. As the Iron Will entered the docking bay of the Ithaca Ring, the scale of the structure became terrifying. The bay was a cavern of white light and automated machinery that moved with a silent, predatory grace. There were no clanking gears or hissing steam. The technology here functioned on a level that made the dark matter reactors of the core look like campfires. When the airlocks finally hissed open, Miller was the first one out. She didn't take a weapon. She stepped onto a floor that felt like solid glass, looking out over a vista that defied logic. The interior of the ring was a world turned inward. Above her head, miles across the central void, she could see the tiny, toy-like shapes of cities and forests clinging to the opposite side of the circle. A man was waiting for her. He looked remarkably ordinary. He wore a simple gray tunic and had the weathered face of someone who spent a lot of time under a sun. He didn't look like a god or a precursor. He looked like a pilot. Kestrel stepped forward and offered a hand. He told Miller that she looked like she had been through a war. Miller took his hand. Her skin was stained with soot and oil, a stark contrast to his cleanliness. She told him that she had been through several. She asked him who they were. She asked if they were really the humans who had disappeared during the Great Expansion. Kestrel led her toward a hovering platform that overlooked the docking bay. He told her that they were the ones who stayed behind to watch the door. He said that when the first builders realized the shadow was coming, they didn't just run. They built the cage to buy the rest of the galaxy time, and they built Ithaca as a lifeboat. But he said that the first builders weren't the ones who finished the work. He told her that the humans who reached this far had taken the blueprints and made them better. He pointed toward the horizon of the ring, where a massive spire of light reached toward the center of the void. He told her that was the forge. He said it used the energy of the vacuum to create matter from nothing. It was how they had stayed hidden and self-sufficient for millennia. Miller asked him why they hadn't helped. She asked why they had let the Accord suffer and the stars scream in agony while they sat in this paradise. Her voice was sharp, fueled by the memory of the men and women she had lost in the core. Kestrel stopped and looked at her. His eyes were a deep, unsettling violet, the only sign that he was something more than baseline human. He told her that if they had interfered, the shadow would have found the gate. He said the only way to keep the lifeboat safe was to keep it silent. He told her that they were waiting for someone to be loud enough to drown out the shadow's hunger. He said that until the humans at the core fired the spear, the wardens didn't know if the galaxy was worth saving or if it was already a graveyard. Miller looked back at the iron will, a blackened, broken husk sitting in the middle of the pristine bay. She told him that they had paid a high price to make that noise. Kestrel nodded. He said he knew. He told her that the Accord ships were already gathering at the edge of the Ithaca system. He said Vale had sent a message demanding the immediate surrender of the human fugitives. He told Miller that the Accord viewed the Ithaca ring as a weapon of mass destruction that belonged to the collective, not to a single violent species. Miller laughed, a dry, hacking sound. She told him that sounded like Vale. She asked Kestrel what he intended to do about it. Kestrel smiled, and for the first time Miller saw the steel beneath the pilot's exterior. He told her that Ithaca wasn't a weapon. He said it was a library, and he told her that the wardens didn't like people who burned books. He said that if the Accord wanted to come inside, they would have to learn to speak a new language. He led her into a command center that was embedded in the wall of the ring. Screens displayed the tactical situation outside. The Accord fleet was massive, thousands of ships from 100 different worlds, all bristling with weapons. They were a wall of light against the darkness. Halloway's voice came through Miller's comms. He told her that the Xylanthi were losing their minds. He said Kale was claiming that the ring was a holy relic and that the humans were desecrating it by standing on the floor. Miller told Halloway to tell Kale to shut up and look out the window. She told him to bring the rest of the senior staff down to the platform. She said they were about to have a meeting of the minds. In the command center, Kestrel began to manipulate the air itself. Holograms flared into existence, showing the history of the shadow. He told Miller that the Predator wasn't a biological entity. He said it was a ripple in the fabric of space-time, a remnant of a universe that had existed before this one. It fed on the gravitational energy of stars, and it hated the noise of life. He told her that the humans were the only ones who had ever successfully fought it because humans were the only ones chaotic enough to be unpredictable. Every other species in the Accord followed the Great Balance. They were quiet, they were efficient, and they were easy to hunt. Miller watched the Accord fleet on the monitors. She saw the ships beginning to power up their main batteries. She told Kestrel that they were going to fire. She said Vale wouldn't wait for a negotiation. He was terrified of what the humans had found. Kestrel didn't look worried. He told her to watch. A single pulse of energy emanated from the ring. It wasn't a beam or a blast. It was a wave of pure information. Every Accord ship suddenly went dark. Their engines cut out, their shields collapsed, and their weapons systems locked. For 100,000 miles, the most powerful fleet in the galaxy became a collection of drifting metal cans. Kestrel told Miller that they had just sent the Accord the library's table of contents. He said that until they finished reading the first chapter, their ships wouldn't have enough power to boil water. Miller leaned against a console, her legs finally giving out. She sat on the floor, the cold glass cooling her feverish skin. She told Kestrel that she needed a drink. She said she didn't care if it was coffee or fuel as long as it wasn't recycled. Kestrel reached into a recessed compartment and pulled out a small ceramic flask. He handed it to her and told her it was a vintage from a colony that hadn't existed in 400 years. Miller took a long swig. It burned like liquid sunlight. She passed it to Holloway as he walked into the room, followed by a wide-eyed engineering team. Holloway took a drink and coughed. He looked at the screens, seeing the dead Accord fleet. He asked if they were going to kill them. Kestrel shook his head. He told them that the humans of Ithaca didn't kill unless there was no other choice. He said they were going to invite the Accord leaders to the ring. He told Miller that it was time for the stars to stop complaining and start learning. He said that the age of the great cage was over and the age of the great conversation was beginning. Miller looked at the silver ships outside, then at her own battered crew. They were covered in filth, exhausted and traumatized. They were the scavengers who had broken the universe to save it. She told Kestrel that the Accord wasn't going to like the curriculum. She said that humans were very bad at being quiet. Kestrel sat down next to her on the floor. He told her that was the point. He said the universe had been quiet for too long. He told her that the stars were lonely and they had been waiting for someone to make enough noise to wake them up. The comms officer interrupted then. He told Miller that a single ship had been allowed through the dampening field. It was Vale's flagship. He said Vale was requesting permission to dock. He said the alien sounded like he was having a nervous breakdown. Miller told them to let him in. She told Holloway to go find the most disgusting, oil-stained jumpsuit he could find and put it on. She said she wanted Vale to see exactly what kind of people had just inherited the galaxy. As Holloway left, grinning, Miller looked at the spire of light in the center of the ring. She felt a strange sense of peace. The screaming had stopped. The shadow was gone. For the first time in her life, she didn't have to worry about the life support failing or the floor plates vibrating. She told Kestrel that she hoped there was a lot of coffee on this ring. He told her that there was an entire sector dedicated to the bean. He said they had been perfecting the roast for 3,000 years. Miller closed her eyes and took another sip of the sunlight in the flask. She told him that in that case she might stay for a while. She said the universe was a big place, but she was tired of opening doors. She wanted to see what was behind the ones that were already open. Outside, the silver ships continued their silent patrol, guardians of a new era. The Accord fleet sat in the dark, a silent audience to the rise of a power they could not comprehend. And in the heart of the Ithaca ring, the humans began to plan their next move. They weren't going to hide anymore. They were going to build, they were going to explore, and they were going to be as loud as they wanted to be. The stars were listening, and for the first time in eons, they had something worth hearing. Miller felt the station's pulse beneath her, steady and strong. She told Kestrel that she had one more question. She asked what happened to the people who didn't want to join the conversation. Kestrel looked out at the dead fleet. He told her that they were free to go back to the darkness. But he said that once you've seen the light of Ithaca, the darkness feels a lot colder than it used to. Miller nodded. She understood. The humans hadn't just found a home, they had found a lever, and with it, they were going to move the world. She stood up, her strength returning. She told Kestrel to lead the way. She said she had a diplomat to humiliate and a planet of coffee to find. The warden of Ithaca stood and gestured toward the grand hall. He told her that the future was waiting. Miller stepped forward, her boots echoing on the glass floor. It was a loud, confident sound. It was the sound of someone who was no longer afraid of the silence. It was the sound of a human being, and it was the most beautiful thing the ring had ever heard. The air inside the docking bay of the Ithaca ring smelled like ozone and crushed mint. It was a clean, sharp scent that made Miller's lungs ache. For years, she had breathed the recycled, oily musk of the Iron Will, a ship that was more a collection of pressurized leaks than a vessel. Now, standing on a floor of translucent ceramic that seemed to pulse with a soft, bioluminescent rhythm, she felt like a ghost haunting a palace. Halloway stepped off the ramp behind her. He had followed her instructions to the letter. He hadn't washed his face, and his flight suit was held together by thermal tape and stubbornness. He looked like a man who had crawled out of a furnace, which was exactly what she wanted. He stood beside her, his hand resting habitually on the grip of a sidearm that he knew would be useless against the technology surrounding them. He whispered that the place felt too quiet. He said it felt like a tomb that hadn't realized it was dead yet. Miller told him that it wasn't a tomb. She said it was a nursery. She watched as a small, teardrop-shaped craft detached from the distant wall of the bay and drifted toward them. It moved without the roar of thrusters or the whine of stabilizers. It simply slid through the air as if gravity was a suggestion it chose to ignore. Kestrel stood at the edge of the platform, his hands clasped behind his back. He told Miller that the High Council of the Wardens was convening in the inner sanctum. He said they were curious about the state of the core. He told her that for 10,000 years, they had monitored the gravitational echoes of the Accord's expansion, but they had never seen a signature as violent as the one her ship had produced. Miller asked him what he expected from a species that had been told the universe was a closed door. She said that when you tell a human they can't go somewhere, they don't just find a key, they bring a sledgehammer. The teardrop craft touched down. A seam opened in its side, revealing an interior of plush silver fabric. Kestrel gestured for them to enter. Miller didn't hesitate. She stepped inside, feeling the floor adjust to her weight. Holloway followed, looking suspiciously at the lack of seatbelts. As the craft rose, the scale of Ithaca became even more overwhelming. They passed through a layer of clouds that were being generated by massive, floating spires. Below them, oceans of deep turquoise shimmered, populated by shapes that looked like whales but moved with the speed of dolphins. Miller saw cities that weren't built on the ground but woven into the giant trees that lined the inner curve of the ring. It was a civilization that had moved past the need to scar the earth. Kestrel pointed toward a massive structure that looked like a frozen explosion of glass. He told them that was the archive. He said it contained the genetic code of every species that had ever existed in their sector of the galaxy, including those the Accord had inadvertently wiped out during their terraforming projects. He told Miller that the Wardens were the gardeners of the void. They didn't just watch the door, they kept the seeds. Holloway asked if they had the seeds for Earth. He said he wanted to know if the home world was still a scorched rock or if the Wardens had fixed that too. Kestrel's expression softened. He told Holloway that Earth was a protected sanctuary. He said that no one was allowed to land there, not even the Wardens. He told them that the planet was healing on its own, free from the noise of industry. He said it was the most beautiful place in the silence. Miller felt a pang of something she hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't homesickness, she had never been to Earth. It was a sense of continuity. She told Kestrel that she wanted to see it one day. She said she wanted to see a sky that wasn't made of metal. The craft slowed as it approached a central hub that hung in the middle of the ring's void, held in place by massive beams of amber light. This was the seat of power, a place where the laws of the rim were written. As they stepped out, Miller saw him. Vale was standing in a circle of light, surrounded by 4 warden guards who looked like statues carved from starlight. The Xylanthi leader looked diminished. His ceremonial robes were frayed and his multiple eyes were darting around the room in a frenzy of sensory overload. When he saw Miller, his mandibles clicked in a rhythmic display of agitation. He shouted that this was an illegal seizure of Accord territory. He told the Wardens that the humans were a plague, a chaotic variable that threatened the stability of the Great Balance. He demanded that the ring be turned over to the Council of Three for proper stewardship. Miller walked up to him until she was inches from his face. She smelled the sour pheromones of his fear. She told him that the Great Balance was just a fancy word for a slow death. She said that while the Accord was busy balancing their ledgers, the shadow was eating the stars. She told him that the only reason he was still breathing was because a group of humans was loud enough to scare the dark away. Vale hissed that they had used forbidden technology. He told the wardens that the humans had tapped into the vacuum energy in a way that could have collapsed the local cluster. He called them barbarians playing with the fire of the gods. One of the wardens stepped forward. She was taller than Kestrel, her skin a deep bronze that seemed to glow from within. She told Vale that the fire didn't belong to the gods. She said it belonged to whoever was brave enough to reach into the hearth. She told the Xylanthe that the Accord had been weighed and found wanting. She said they had traded curiosity for safety, and in doing so they had become stagnant. She turned to Miller. She said her name was Alara and she was the voice of the ring. She told Miller that the wardens had watched the Iron Will's journey from the moment it left the core. She said they had seen the sacrifices made by the crew. She told Miller that the noise they made wasn't just a signal, it was a testament. Alara waved a hand and the walls of the chamber became transparent. Outside, the Accord fleet was still dark, thousands of ships drifting like dead leaves in a pond. Alara told Miller that Vale's people were afraid of what they couldn't control. She said they wanted to put the humans back in the cage because the humans reminded them of what they used to be before they became afraid of the dark. Miller asked what happened next. She said she didn't come here to be a museum exhibit. She told Alara that there were millions of humans still living in the slums of the Accord, treated like second-class citizens or dangerous animals. She said she wanted them brought here. She wanted Ithaca to be more than a lifeboat, she wanted it to be a bridge. Alara nodded. She said that was the plan. She told Miller that the Ithaca Gate was opening, not just for the humans, but for any species that was tired of the Accord's silence. She said they were going to broadcast a signal across the entire galaxy. It wouldn't be a demand or a threat, it would be an invitation. Vale screamed that they were inviting chaos. He said the galaxy would tear itself apart without the Council's guidance. Holloway stepped forward and told Vale to look at the screens. He pointed to the sensors that were now picking up movement from the far side of the Ithaca system. It wasn't more Accord ships, it was something else. Faint, shimmering trails of light were appearing in the void. They were small, individual vessels, thousands of them coming from the direction of the galactic fringe. Kestrel explained that these were the outliers. He said they were the ones who had lived in the shadows of the Accord for centuries, the explorers, the exiles, and the dreamers. He told Miller that they had heard the heartbeat. He said that when the iron will struck the hammer at the core, the vibration traveled through the subspace layers that the Accord didn't even know existed. The outliers were coming home. Miller felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the third movement she had talked about. It wasn't a war of ships and cannons, it was a war of ideas. The Accord was built on the premise that the universe was a dangerous, finite place that needed to be managed. Ithaca was the proof that the universe was infinite and that the only limit was the courage of those who inhabited it. She told Ilara to open the comms. She said she wanted to speak to the fleet outside. Ilara touched a console and Miller felt a strange hum in her teeth. Her voice was suddenly being projected not just to the ships nearby, but to every receiver within 10 light years. Miller didn't use a prepared speech. She spoke from the gut, her voice raspy from the smoke of the core. She told the Accord crews that they were sitting in the dark because their leaders were afraid of the light. She told them that the humans hadn't stolen anything. She said they had simply found what had been waiting for everyone all along. She told them that the war was over not because one side had won, but because the reasons for fighting had vanished. She told them to look at the ring. She said it was a world where no one had to starve, where no one had to hide, and where the stars didn't scream because they were being listened to. She told them to turn on their lights. For a long minute, nothing happened. Vale watched the monitors with a smug expression, waiting for his captains to maintain their discipline. Then, a single ship on the edge of the fleet flickered to life. It was a small freighter, a multi-species vessel that usually hauled ore for the Xylanthe foundries. Its navigation lights turned from the red of combat to the white of peace. Then another ship followed, and another. Like a string of fireflies waking up in a forest, the Accord fleet began to glow. They weren't following Vale's orders, they were responding to the invitation. Vale collapsed to his knees, his robes pooling around him like spilled ink. He whispered that everything they had built was falling apart. Miller looked down at him. She told him that nothing was falling apart. She said it was just changing shape. She told him that the great balance was a circle and circles were easy to break. She said the humans preferred a spiral, always moving, always growing, and always loud. Kestrel walked over to Miller and handed her a small, silver disc. He told her it was the key to the ring's atmospheric controls. He said that since she was the one who broke the door down, she should be the one to set the weather. Miller looked at the disc, then at Holloway. He was grinning, his face a mask of soot and joy. She looked at the screens, seeing the thousands of ships now forming a peaceful blockade around the ring, protecting it not from an enemy but from the old way of thinking. She told Kestrel that she wanted rain. She said she wanted a storm that smelled like the ones in the old stories, the kind that washed the dust off the world and made everything look new. Kestrel smiled. He said he could do that. As the first drops of artificial rain began to fall on the forests of Ithaca, Miller walked back to the window. She watched the silver ships of the Wardens mingle with the battered freighters of the Outliers and the sleek cruisers of the Accord. The symphony was in full swing now. It was a chaotic, beautiful noise that echoed from the rim to the core. The humans had reached the end of the world, and they had found that it was just the beginning of a larger one. Miller took a breath of the damp, fresh air. She told Holloway that she was going to find that coffee now. She said they had a lot of work to do and she didn't want to do it while she was sober. Holloway laughed and followed her out of the chamber. Behind them, the stars continued to hum, but the sound had changed. It was no longer a complaint. It was a song, and for the first time in 10 billion years, the lyrics were human. The rain on Ithaca did not fall like the recycled mist of a ship's hydroponics bay. It fell in heavy, rhythmic sheets that drummed against the glass canopies of the central spire. Miller stood by the viewport, watching the water streak across the transparent surface. It felt real. It felt heavy. It felt like a cleansing of the grime that had settled into her soul during the long crawl through the dead zones of the core. Kestrel approached her, his footsteps silent on the mossy floor of the observation deck. He told her that the first of the civilian transports from the outer colonies had cleared the dampening field. He said that there were nearly 10,000 humans on those ships, along with a few hundred Dross and Krell who had jumped at the chance to leave the Accord's labor camps. He asked her where she wanted them to settle. Miller didn't look away from the rain. She told him to put them in the green sector near the inland sea. She said they needed space to breathe and dirt to dig in. She told him that humans were miserable when they were stacked on top of each other in metal boxes. She said they needed to remember what it felt like to have a horizon that wasn't a bulkhead. Kestrel nodded, tapping a command into a floating hololith. He told her that the Wardens had already begun preparing the modular habitats. He said they were designed to mimic the biomes of Earth's temperate zones. He told her that by tomorrow, the first pioneers would be planting crops in soil that hadn't seen a chemical fertilizer in a millennium. Holloway walked into the room, his boots squelching. He had finally found a shower, but he was still wearing the same tattered jumpsuit. He held 2 steaming mugs of a dark, viscous liquid. He handed one to Miller and told her that the coffee was everything the warden had promised. He said it tasted like a sunrise and a punch in the teeth at the same time. Miller took a sip. The heat bloomed in her chest. It was bitter, rich, and perfect. She told Holloway that she might never leave this room. She said the universe could go ahead and explode as long as she had a full pot of this stuff. Holloway leaned against the frame of the window. He asked her what they were going to do about the fleet outside. He He said that while the crews were turning on their lights, the officers were still huddled in their command centers, probably waiting for Vale to give them a signal to self-destruct or fire on the ring. He told her that a cornered animal was still dangerous, even if it was surrounded by a beautiful garden. Miller told him that Vale wasn't a problem anymore. She said the Xylanthe was currently being held in a meditation chamber where the walls played back the last 10,000 years of his species' history of conquest. She told Holloway that by the time they let him out, he wouldn't be able to look at a star without feeling the weight of every life his people had snuffed out. As for the fleet, she told Kestrel to send a broadcast. She said to tell the Accord captains that they were relieved of their duties. She told him to inform them that their ships were now part of the Ithaca sovereignty, and if they wanted to keep their commissions, they had to swear an oath to the ring, not the council. She said that any ship that wanted to leave was free to go, but they had to leave their weapon cores behind. Kestrel looked impressed. He told her that she was a natural at dismantling empires. He said that the Wardens had spent ages trying to figure out how to neutralize the Accord without a galactic war. He told her that they had overlooked the simplest solution, making the Accord irrelevant. The conversation was interrupted by a low-frequency pulse that vibrated through the floor plates. It wasn't the violent shudder of a ship docking, it was a rhythmic, harmonic thrum. Miller looked up. The spire of light in the center of the ring was changing color. The brilliant white was shifting into a deep, resonant violet. Kestrel's expression sharpened. He told Miller that the Great Ear was picking up something from the deep void. He said it wasn't a ship and it wasn't a solar flare. He told her it was a response. Miller put her coffee down. She asked him who was responding. Kestrel didn't answer immediately. He manipulated the hololith, pulling up a star map of the entire quadrant. A tiny red dot was pulsing far beyond the edge of the known sectors in the empty space between galaxies. He told Miller that for eons, the Wardens had believed they were the only ones left who remembered the old ones. He said they thought the creators of the rings had vanished into the silence forever. He pointed at the pulsing red dot. He told her that the noise the iron will made at the core hadn't just woken up the Wardens. He said it had reached the great void. He told her that something out there had heard the humans screaming and it was finally screaming back. Holloway wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He asked if the something was friendly or if they should start looking for bigger guns. He said he was getting tired of being the underdog in every fight. Kestrel told him that he didn't know. He said the signal was too old and too complex to translate quickly. But he told Miller that the signal contained a set of coordinates. He said the coordinates were pointing to a location inside the Ithaca ring itself. Miller felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. She asked where in the ring. Kestrel looked at her with a strange, haunting light in his eyes. He told her it was in the archive. He said there was a door in the basement of the genetic library that had been sealed since the ring was built. He told her that the signal from the void had just provided the unlock code. Miller didn't wait for an invitation. She told Holloway to finish his coffee and grab his gear. She said they were going to see what the neighbors had left in the basement. They took the teardrop craft back down through the clouds, descending toward the massive glass structure of the archive. As they flew, Miller watched the first shuttles landing in the green sector. She saw tiny figures stepping out onto the grass, falling to their knees or simply standing still, overwhelmed by the scale of the world. She felt a fierce, protective pride. This was what they had bled for. This was the noise they had made. The craft landed at the base of the archive. The building was a cathedral of knowledge, its walls filled with millions of glowing canisters, each containing the blueprint of a life form. They walked past rows of extinct flora and fauna, past the ghosts of worlds that had been ground into dust by the Accord's greed. Kestrel led them to a circular elevator that descended deep into the bedrock of the ring. The air grew colder and the light turned a dim, ancient blue. When the doors opened, they were in a chamber that looked different from the rest of Ithaca. There was no glass here, no bioluminescence. The walls were made of a dark, matte stone that seemed to swallow the light. In the center of the room was a single pedestal. On top of the pedestal was a box made of the same silver material as the Warden ships. Kestrel stopped at the edge of the room. He told Miller that he couldn't go any further. He said the Wardens were the keepers of the ring, but they were not the heirs. He told her that the signal from the void was specifically keyed to the biological frequency of a species that had survived the core. He told her that the box was for her. Miller walked forward. Her boots sounded like thunder in the silent room. She reached the pedestal and looked at the box. There were no buttons, no screens, no visible seams. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the surface. She told Holloway that she had a bad feeling about this. She said that every time a human opened a box in a story, things got complicated. Holloway stayed by the elevator, his hand on his holster. He told her that things were already complicated. He said they were currently standing on a giant hula hoop in space while a dead empire watched them from the porch. He told her that she might as well see what was inside. Miller touched the silver surface. It felt warm like skin. The box didn't open. Instead, it dissolved. The silver metal turned into a cloud of shimmering dust that swirled around Miller's hand before settling into a flat, translucent pane. Images began to flicker across the pane, moving too fast for the human eye to follow. But Miller didn't see them with her eyes. She felt them in the back of her brain. She saw the birth of the first stars. She saw the old ones, creatures of light and thought, weaving the first rings together to catch the echoes of the Big Bang. She saw them realize that the universe was growing cold and that the silence was a predator. She saw them build the great ear to listen for anyone else who might be out there. And then she saw the humans. The images slowed down. She saw a primitive tribe sitting around a fire on a cold Earth night. She saw them looking up at the stars and wondering if they were alone. She saw the first radio waves leaking out into the atmosphere, the first clumsy satellites, the first desperate cries for contact. A voice spoke in her head. It wasn't Kestrel's voice or Alara's. It was a voice that sounded like the wind through a canyon. It told her that they had been waiting for a species that didn't just listen, but one that refused to be quiet. It told her that the silence was a choice and the humans had chosen to break it. The voice told her that the shadow they had encountered at the core wasn't an entity. It was a barrier. It was a test designed to see if a species had the will to push through the fear of the unknown. It told her that the Accord had failed that test 1,000 times, choosing the safety of the dark over the risk of the light. But the humans had punched a hole in the walls. The pane of light shifted, showing the red dot in the intergalactic void. The voice told her that they weren't alone. It said that on the other side of the silence there were others who had heard the hammer strike the anvil. It told her that the Ithaca ring wasn't just a home, it was a tuning fork. Miller pulled her hand back, the silver dust falling to the floor and becoming inert stone. She felt dizzy, her mind reeling from the scale of what she had just seen. She turned to Kestrel, her voice shaking. She told him that the ring was a transmitter. She said it wasn't just broadcasting to the galaxy, it was broadcasting to the entire universe. Kestrel stepped into the room, his face pale. He asked her what the message was. Miller looked at Holloway, then back at the pedestal. She told him that the message wasn't from the old ones. She said the old ones were gone, moved on to whatever comes after the light. She told him that the message was a dial tone. She said the universe was finally picking up the phone. Holloway let out a long, low whistle. He asked if that meant they were about to get a lot more visitors. He said the coffee supply was going to be a serious issue if the rest of the universe showed up for breakfast. Miller didn't laugh. She looked up toward the ceiling as if she could see through the miles of rock and glass to the stars beyond. She told them that the Accord thought they were the masters of the galaxy. She said the Wardens thought they were the guardians of the past, but she told them that both of them were wrong. She said the humans hadn't just found a place to live. They had accidentally started a conversation that was going to change the fundamental nature of reality. She told Kestrel that the signal from the void wasn't a greeting, it was a question. Kestrel asked her what the question was. Miller walked toward the elevator, her expression hard and determined. She told him that the universe wanted to know what they were going to say next. She said that for the first time in history, the audience was listening and the humans were center stage. She told Holloway to get the Iron Will's comms crew down here. She said she wanted every sensor on the ring pointed toward that red dot. She told him that if the universe was asking a question, she wanted to make sure the answer was loud enough to shake the foundations of heaven. As they ascended back toward the surface, the rain on Ithaca began to let up. The clouds parted, revealing the curve of the ring and the thousands of ships that were now orbiting it like a crown. The light of the central spire pulsed with a new, steady rhythm. The humans had arrived. They were dirty, they were tired, and they were covered in the grease of 1,000 broken machines. But they were no longer hiding in the corners of the map. They were the architects of the new noise, and the stars were leaning in to hear every word. Miller stepped out into the main hall, the smell of fresh rain and ozone filling her lungs. She looked at the bustling crowd of refugees and wardens, the mixture of fear and hope on their faces. She felt the weight of the silver disc in her pocket, the key to a world she was still learning to understand. She told Kestrel that she had changed her mind about the weather. She said she didn't want any more rain today. She told him she wanted clear skies. She said she wanted everyone to be able to see exactly how big the playground really was. The warden bowed his head and signaled the control center. Above them, the clouds dissolved into nothingness, revealing the infinite black and the brilliant, uncaring stars. But as Miller looked up, she realized they didn't look uncaring anymore. They looked like they were waiting. She took a final sip of her cold coffee and tossed the mug to Holloway. She told him to find the rest of the crew. She said they had a galaxy to wake up and she didn't want to be late for the opening act. The era of the silence was over. The era of the human had begun, and it was going to be the loudest thing the universe had ever known. The elevator climbed steadily, a smooth hum vibrating through the soles of Miller's boots. Holloway stood beside her, his reflection caught in the dark, polished stone of the lift walls. He looked older than he had when they first broke orbit from the mining colony, the lines around his eyes etched deep by the radiation of the core and the stress of command. He asked her if she really thought they were ready for whatever was on the other end of that line. He said that humanity had a habit of breaking things they didn't understand, and this was the biggest thing they had ever touched. Miller watched the floor numbers flicker in a language that wasn't human but was starting to make sense to her. She told him that readiness was a luxury they had never possessed. She said that they hadn't been ready for the Accord and they hadn't been ready for the Iron Will to become a sentient hammer, but they had swung it anyway. She told him that the universe didn't wait for people to be ready. It just moved, and you either moved with it or got crushed under the wheels. When the doors slid open, the archive was bathed in the amber glow of a simulated sunset. Kestrel stepped out first, his long cloak trailing over the pristine floors. He led them toward the communications hub, a massive chamber where the wardens monitored the health of the ring. The hololiths were no longer displaying local weather patterns or structural integrity reports. They were flooded with the red pulse from the void. A group of warden technicians stood around the central console, their hands moving in fluid arcs through the light. One of them looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and terror. He told Kestrel that the signal was accelerating. He said that the coordinates weren't just a location anymore, they were a countdown. He told them that something was folding space on a scale that defied the laws of conventional physics. He said it was as if the vacuum itself was being pulled toward Ithaca. Miller stepped up to the console. She asked how long they had. The technician didn't look at her, his focus locked on the cascading data. He told her that at the current rate of acceleration, the source of the signal would reach the edge of the ring's gravity well in less than 6 hours. He said that the mass displacement was equivalent to a small moon, but the energy signature was purely biological. Holloway let out a sharp breath. He said that a moon-sized biological entity didn't sound like a neighbor coming over for a chat. He said it sounded like an extinction event. He asked Kestrel if the ring's defensive grids were operational. He told him that he didn't want to be the one who opened the door for a hungry god. Kestrel shook his head. He told Holloway that the Ithaca ring didn't have weapons in the way humans understood them. He said it was a sanctuary, not a fortress. He told him that the only defense they had was the dampening field, and if this thing was moving through the void at those speeds, a dampening field would be like trying to stop a supernova with a silk sheet. Miller told them both to shut up. She leaned over the console, staring at the red pulse. She felt a strange resonance in her chest, a phantom vibration that matched the rhythm of the signal. She told them that it wasn't a weapon. She said she could feel the intent behind it. She told Kestrel that the archive had shown her the truth. The silence was a choice, but it was also a prison. She said that whatever was coming was just someone else who had found the key. She ordered Kestrel to open the primary transmission array. She told him to broadcast the Iron Will's black box data, the sounds of the engines, the shouts of the crew, the music they played in the mess hall. She said she wanted to give the visitor a reason to slow down. She told him to show them that Ithaca wasn't just a relic of the old ones anymore. She said they needed to know it was occupied. Kestrel hesitated. He told her that broadcasting their location and their nature to an unknown entity was a violation of every warden protocol. He said they were supposed to be invisible. Miller grabbed him by the shoulder. She told him that the time for being invisible was over. She said the Accord had spent 10,000 years hiding in the shadows of the Old Ones, and it had turned them into cowards and tyrants. She told him that the humans were here now and humans didn't hide. She said that if they were going to die, they were going to do it while making as much noise as possible. Kestrel looked into her eyes and saw the fire that had burned through the core. He nodded slowly. He turned to the technicians and gave the order. The spire of Ithaca groaned as the massive emitters began to cycle. A beam of pure information shot out from the center of the ring, piercing the darkness of the void. It carried the history of 1 billion heartbeats, the chaotic and beautiful record of a species that had refused to stay in its cradle. For 3 hours, the room was silent. The only sound was the hum of the machines and the rhythmic drumming of Holloway's fingers on his holster. The red dot on the map continued its relentless approach, but the trajectory began to shift. It wasn't a straight line anymore. It was a curve, a deceleration. The technician shouted that the entity was responding to the broadcast. He said the mass displacement was stabilizing. He told Miller that the visitor was slowing down. Miller felt a surge of relief that made her knees weak. She told Holloway that they needed to get to the landing platform. She said she wanted to be there when the guest arrived. They took the teardrop craft back up through the atmosphere. The sky was a deep velvet black, the stars sharper than Miller had ever seen them. As they cleared the upper thermosphere, she saw it. At first, it looked like a tear in the fabric of space. A shimmering, iridescent shape emerged from the void, its surface shifting like oil on water. It was massive, easily the size of the iron will, but it had no engines, no visible hull plates, no lights. It was a living thing, a leviathan of the deep space currents. It drifted toward the Ithaca ring with a grace that made the Warden ships look like clumsy toys. Holloway whispered that it was beautiful. He said he had seen a lot of things in the outer rim, but he had never seen anything that looked like it belonged in the stars more than that. The Leviathan came to a halt a few kilometers from the ring's outer edge. It didn't fire, it didn't scan, it simply waited. A voice echoed through the comms of the teardrop craft. It wasn't words, but a series of tones that translated directly into images in Miller's mind. She saw a world of endless oceans under a violet sun. She saw creatures like the Leviathan singing to each other across the depths. She saw the moment their world was visited by the Old Ones, and the moment they were told to wait until the silence was broken. The Leviathan was a herald. It told Miller that it had been traveling for 1,000,000 years, waiting for the signal that the Great Ear had been reclaimed. It told her that it was the first of many. It said that the galaxy was not a graveyard but a nursery, and the humans had just turned on the lights. Miller told the herald that they were the humans. She said they were the ones who had made the noise. The herald's response was a wave of warmth that filled the cabin. It told her that they knew. It said that the stars had been complaining about the humans for a long time, but the complaint had been misinterpreted. It told her that the stars weren't angry, they were expectant. They had been waiting for a voice that wasn't afraid to scream. The Leviathan began to pulse with a soft, golden light. Small pods detached from its side, drifting toward the ring like seeds on the wind. Kestrel reported that the pods were landing in the blue sector, the region of the ring dedicated to aquatic life. He said the sensors were picking up biological signatures that matched the Leviathan. Miller watched the seeds descend. She told Holloway that the neighborhood was getting crowded. Holloway laughed, a genuine, relieved sound. He said he hoped they brought their own coffee. He told her that he was starting to think that maybe the end of the world wasn't so bad after all. They landed the craft back on the central spire. As Miller stepped out, she saw Vale standing near the edge of the platform, flanked by 2 warden guards. The Xylanthe looked diminished, his ornate armor dull in the natural light. He looked up at the Leviathan and then at Miller. He asked her what she had done. He said that the Accord had spent eons maintaining the balance, keeping the peace through order and silence. He told her that she had invited the chaos of the deep into their home. He said the universe was too big for them to handle. Miller walked up to him. She told him that the Accord didn't maintain peace, they maintained a tomb. She said that order was just another word for stagnation. She pointed at the Leviathan and the thousands of human ships now filling the sky. She told him that this was what life looked like. It was loud, it was messy, and it was dangerous. She told Vale that he was no longer a high priest of a dead god. She said he was just a passenger on a very big boat, and if he wanted to stay, he had to learn how to row. Vale didn't answer. He looked at the stars, and for the first time, Miller saw something other than arrogance in his eyes. She saw wonder. The sun began to rise over the curve of the ring, casting long shadows across the forests of Ithaca. The silver ships of the wardens began to fly in formation with the battered freighters of the outliers, a joint patrol of the new frontier. The air was filled with the sound of construction, of laughter, and of the rhythmic thrum of the great ear. Miller stood at the edge of the platform, feeling the wind in her hair. She told Holloway that they had a lot of work to do. She said they had to build a government, a defense grid, and a diplomatic corps for species they hadn't even met yet. She told him that she was going to need a lot more coffee. Holloway leaned against the railing. He told her that he knew a guy who knew a guy in the green sector who was already trying to grow beans in the new soil. He said that in a few months they might have the best brew in the quadrant. Miller smiled. It was the first time she had felt the weight of her responsibilities without the crushing pressure of despair. She looked out at the horizon, at the endless possibility of the ring and the stars beyond. She told him that they had spent their whole lives wondering if anyone was listening. She said it was time to give them something worth hearing. Behind them, the archive began to glow with a steady, pulsing light. The coordinates for the next signal were already being calculated. The conversation had only just begun and the humans were ready to talk. The stars continued to hum, but the song had changed again. It was no longer a solitary melody. It was an anthem, a rising chorus of 1,000 voices, all singing in the key of defiance. The humans had reached the end of the world, and they had found that the world was much bigger than they had ever dreamed. Miller took a breath of the fresh, clean air. She told Holloway to get the crew together. She said they had a universe to meet and she didn't want to keep it waiting. The era of the silence was dead. The era of the noise had arrived, and it was the most beautiful thing Miller had ever heard. The sons of Ithaca did not just rise. They ignited the atmosphere in a display of violet and gold that made the high-tech sensors of the iron will seem dull. Miller stood on the edge of the primary docking spire, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her flight jacket. The silver disc was a cold weight against her thigh, a reminder that she was no longer just a scavenger or a captain of a rust-bucket freighter. She was the one who had held the match to the fuse. Holloway joined her, carrying 2 battered metal thermoses. He handed one to her without a word. The steam smelled of scorched earth and cheap synthetic beans, but to Miller it was the scent of home. He leaned his elbows on the railing, staring out at the Leviathan that still drifted in the middle distance. The creature was pulsing now, a rhythmic throb of bioluminescence that seemed to communicate with the ring itself. He asked her if she had heard the latest report from the science teams. He said that the pods that had landed in the blue sector were already unfolding. They weren't just lifeboats, he explained. They were terraforming units. He told her that the water in the sector was changing its chemical composition to match a world that had been dead for 1 billion years. He said the wardens were terrified, but the refugees were fascinated. Miller took a long pull of the coffee. She told him that terror was just a lack of information. She said that the wardens had spent too long worshipping the blueprints and not enough time looking at the house. She told Holloway that the Leviathan wasn't here to conquer. It was here to wake up the neighbors. Kestrel approached them from the elevator bank, his movements frantic. He told Miller that the Accord High Command had finally broken their silence. He said a fleet of 12 dreadnoughts was dropping out of warp at the edge of the system. He told her that Vale's disappearance and the activation of the Great Ear had triggered an automated war response. He said the Accord viewed the arrival of the Herald as a biological invasion. Miller didn't blink. She asked him how long until they reached the ring. Kestrel checked his wrist console. He told her they would be within firing range in 40 minutes. He said the Accord ships were broadcasting a demand for immediate surrender and the handover of the human artifacts. He told her that if they didn't comply, the dreadnoughts were authorized to use glassing beams on the ring's surface. Holloway spat over the railing. He said that the Accord really lacked a sense of timing. He told Miller that the iron will was fueled and the railguns were hot, but 1 freighter against 12 dreadnoughts was a suicide run. He asked her if she had a trick up her sleeve or if they were just going to go out in a blaze of glory. Miller turned away from the horizon and looked at the Great Ear's central console, which was still humming with the herald's frequency. She told Holloway that they weren't going to fight the Accord. She said they were going to talk to them, but not with words. She told Kestrel to get her a direct line to the lead dreadnought. She said she wanted to speak to whoever was in charge of the firing solution. They moved back into the command hub. The hololiths were a mess of red icons representing the incoming fleet. The Accord ships were massive, jagged shards of obsidian and light designed to intimidate as much as to destroy. A face appeared on the main screen. It was a Xylanthe, but older than Vale, his skin the color of dried parchment. He told Miller that she was a thief and a desecrator. He said that the humans had disturbed a peace that had lasted since the dawn of the current epoch. He told her that the entity orbiting the ring was an ancient plague, a remnant of the wars that had scoured the galaxy before the Accord brought order. He said he would destroy the ring and everyone on it before he allowed that plague to spread. Miller leaned in close to the pickup. She told the commander that he was looking at the past and calling it a ghost. She said the Leviathan wasn't a plague, it was a memory. She told him that the Accord had built their empire on the lie that the universe was empty and silent. She said she was about to show him just how loud it really was. She signaled the Warden technicians. She told them to slew the primary transmission array away from the void and point it directly at the incoming fleet. She told them to amplify the Herald's song by a factor of 10. She said she wanted to pipe the sound of 1 billion years of waiting directly into the Accord's bridge. Kestrel warned her that the energy feedback could fry the ring's capacitors. He said it was like using a lighthouse to scream into a megaphone. Miller told him to do it anyway. She said that if the Accord wanted to act like the masters of the galaxy, they needed to hear what the galaxy actually thought of them. The spire groaned. A visible ripple of distorted space erupted from the center of the ring, a wave of pure harmonic energy that bypassed the vacuum and vibrated the very hulls of the approaching ships. It wasn't a weapon that broke metal, it was a signal that broke minds. On the screen, the Xylanthe commander clutched his head. His bridge crew collapsed, not in pain, but in a state of total sensory overload. The images of the Leviathan's home world, the songs of the deep, and the crushing weight of the Old One's legacy flooded their systems. The dreadnoughts began to drift, their engines flickering as the automated pilots struggled to process the sheer volume of data. Miller watched the icons on the map slow down. She told the commander that the silence was over. She said that if he fired a single shot, she would broadcast that signal to every colony in the Accord. She told him that his people wouldn't survive the truth. She said they were too fragile for a universe that was this alive. The commander looked up, his eyes streaming with tears. He asked her what it was. He said he had never felt anything so vast. He told her that it felt like he was drowning in the stars. Miller told him that he was just waking up. She said that the humans had been drowning for a long time and they had learned how to swim. She told him to turn his fleet around and tell his masters that Ithaca was no longer a monument. She said it was a port of call. The transmission cut out. The Accord ships didn't retreat immediately, but they didn't fire. They sat in the dark, silent, and humbled like children who had wandered into a storm. Holloway let out a breath he seemed to have been holding for an hour. He told Miller that she had a terrifying way of making friends. He asked her what happened next. He said that the Herald was still sitting there and more of them were probably on the way. Miller looked up at the ceiling. She said that the Herald had told her that the Great Ear was just one of many. She said there were rings like Ithaca scattered across the spiral arm, all of them waiting for someone to find the dial tone. She told Holloway that the humans weren't going to stay on Ithaca. She said they were going to use the iron will to find the rest of the keys. Kestrel stepped forward. He asked if she was leaving. He said the wardens needed her. He told her that she was the only one who could bridge the gap between the old world and the new. Miller shook her head. She told him that she wasn't a leader, she was a scout. She said that Kestrel and the refugees could build the city, but she had to go and find the rest of the choir. She told him that the universe had asked a question and she had only given the first syllable of the answer. She walked back to the elevator, Holloway following close behind. As they descended toward the hangar bay, she felt the silver disc in her pocket pulse in time with her heart. It wasn't just a key anymore, it was a compass. The hangar was a hive of activity. The crew of the Iron Will were dragging crates of supplies onto the ship, their faces grim but determined. They had heard the news. They knew that the galaxy had just gotten a lot bigger and a lot more dangerous, and they knew that their captain was the kind of person who ran toward the fire. Miller stepped onto the ramp of the Iron Will. She felt the vibration of the engines through the soles of her boots, a familiar, comforting growl. She looked at the grease-stained walls and the flickering lights of the ship that had carried them through the core. Holloway asked her where they were going first. He said the navigation computer was screaming about a dozen different signals coming from the Perseus arm. Miller climbed into the pilot's seat. She gripped the controls, feeling the connection between herself and the machine. She told him that it didn't matter where they went first. She said that as long as they kept moving, the stars would keep talking. She told him to plot a course for the brightest thing on the map. As the Iron Will lifted off from the spire, Miller looked back one last time. The Ithaca ring was a circle of light against the black, a crown for a new era. The Leviathan drifted alongside them for a moment, its massive eye tracking the small human ship as it broke orbit. The Herald sent one final image into Miller's mind. It was a vision of 1,000 ships, all different, all strange, converging on a single point of light. It was a vision of a galaxy that was finally whole. Miller pushed the throttles forward. She told Halloway to open the comms. She said she wanted to broadcast their departure to the entire system. He asked her what she wanted to say. Miller smiled, a sharp, dangerous expression. She told him to tell them that the humans were coming and they had a lot to talk about. The iron will vanished into a jump, leaving a trail of blue fire across the velvet dark. The silence of the stars was gone, replaced by the roar of a species that had finally found its voice. On the surface of Ithaca, the refugees looked up and saw the streak of light. They didn't feel afraid anymore. They felt like they belonged. The wardens stood amongst them, their ancient scrolls forgotten in the face of the living truth. The stars were no longer complaining. They were singing. And for the first time in history, the humans were singing back. The journey was far from over. There were more rings to find, more heralds to meet, and an accord that would eventually find its courage again. But as Miller stared into the swirling colors of hyperspace, she knew that the balance had shifted forever. The universe wasn't a cold, empty void. It was a conversation, and she was finally part of it. She told Halloway to put on some music. She said she wanted something loud. She told him that if they were going to wake up the rest of the galaxy, they might as well do it with a beat. The iron will screamed into the deep, a tiny spark of defiance in the infinite night. The era of the human had begun, and it was never going to be quiet again. Miller leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, listening to the hum of the ship and the distant, echoing song of the stars. She had never felt more alive. Now she told the universe to get ready. She said that the humans were just getting started. The iron will didn't just move through the slipstream. It tore through it like a jagged blade. Miller sat in the pilot's seat, her fingers hovering over the haptic controls. The silver disc, now slotted into the main console, was glowing with a steady, rhythmic pulse that matched the ship's reactor. It wasn't just a key anymore. It was a translator, a bridge between the crude machinery of human engineering and the elegant, terrifying physics of the old ones. Halloway was strapped into the co-pilot's chair, his eyes glued to the long-range scanners. He told Miller that the jump trajectory was shifting. He said the coordinates weren't coming from the navigation computer anymore. He told her that the disk was pulling them toward a specific point in the Perseus arm, a region of space that the Accord maps marked as a dead zone. He said there were no stars there, just a void that swallowed light. Miller didn't fight the ship. She told him that the dead zones were only dead because the Accord didn't have the ears to hear what was inside them. She said that Vale had spent his life staring at a wall and calling it a horizon. She told Holloway that they were going to see what was behind the wall. Behind them, in the cramped cargo hold, the crew was silent. They were scavengers, mechanics, and runaways who had spent their lives hiding in the shadows of the core. Now they were the vanguard of a new species. Kestrel had stayed behind on Ithaca to manage the chaos, but he had sent a date a burst just before they jumped. He told Miller that the Accord fleet was holding position. He said they weren't attacking, but they weren't leaving either. He told her that the Xylanthe were waiting to see if she survived the trip. The ship lurched. The blue fire of the slipstream turned a violent, bruised purple. The alarms on the bridge began to wail, a high-pitched scream that set Miller's teeth on edge. Holloway shouted that the hull integrity was dropping. He said the pressure from the void was unlike anything the Iron Will had ever encountered. He told her that they were being squeezed. Miller gripped the throttle. She told the ship to hold together. She said they hadn't come this far to be crushed by a shadow. She pushed the power coupling to its limit, venting the heat sinks directly into the slipstream. Then the screaming stopped. The Iron Will tumbled out of warp into a space that shouldn't have existed. There were no stars, no nebulae, and no distant galaxies. There was only a massive geometric structure that dwarfed the Ithaca ring. It was a sphere constructed of interlocking plates of dark matter and silver light surrounding a central point of pure white energy. It looked like a heart encased in armor. Holloway whispered that it was a Dyson shell. He said it was impossible. He told Miller that the energy output was off the charts. He said the sensors were blowing out because they couldn't calculate the scale of the thing. Miller looked at the sphere. She told him that it wasn't a shell. She said it was a nursery. As they drifted closer, a signal began to bleed through the comms. It wasn't the melodic song of the herald or the complaining hum of the stars. It was a voice. It was thousands of voices overlapping in a chaotic, beautiful symphony. They were speaking in a dozen different dialects, some clicking and metallic, others soft and fluid. Miller realized she could understand them. The disc wasn't just translating the language, it was translating the intent. She told Holloway that they weren't alone. She said the void wasn't empty. It was a hiding place. She told him that every species the Accord had silenced, every civilization that had been told to stay quiet or be destroyed was here. They had built a sanctuary in the dark. A small, needle-like ship detached from the surface of the sphere and began to intercept them. It didn't have thrusters or visible engines. It moved with a grace that made the Iron Will look like a falling brick. Holloway asked if he should prime the rail guns. He said he didn't like the way they were being boxed in. Miller told him to stand down. She said that if they wanted to kill us, we would already be stardust. She told him to open the docking bay doors. The needle ship pulled alongside the Iron Will. A pressurized tube extended, locking onto their airlock with a hiss of equalizing gases. Miller stood up and headed for the hold. She told Holloway to stay on the bridge and keep the engines hot just in case. She opened the inner airlock door. Standing there was a creature that looked nothing like the Xylanthe or the Wardens. It was tall, spindly, with skin that shimmered like oil on water. It had 4 eyes that moved independently, and its breath sounded like the rustle of dry leaves. The creature didn't use a translator. It spoke directly into Miller's mind. It told her that they had been waiting for the humans to find the frequency. It said that of all the younger species, the humans were the loudest. It told her that her people's complaints had been the beacon that guided the others to the sanctuary. Miller asked what this place was. The creature told her that it was the chorus. It said that when the Accord began their crusade for silence, those who valued the song fled here. It told her that the sphere was a shield, a way to live without being seen by the priests of the void. It said that for eons they had listened to the stars complaining about the humans, wondering if the loud, messy bipeds would ever stop shouting and start listening. Miller told the creature that humans weren't good at being quiet. She said that they had spent their entire history trying to be heard over the noise of their own wars. The creature tilted its head. It told her that was why they were important. It said the Accord wanted a universe that was a museum, static, and dead. It told her the chorus wanted a universe that was a riot. It said the humans were the missing note in the anthem. It led Miller through the docking tube and into the needle ship. The interior was grown, not built. The walls were translucent, showing the massive sphere outside. Miller saw thousands of ships, designs she couldn't even categorize, docked along the interior ribs of the structure. She saw cities built on the inside of the plates, glowing with the light of a captured sun. The creature told her that the Accord was coming. It said that the activation of the Ithaca ring had alerted the high priests to the location of the sanctuary. It told Miller that the era of hiding was over. It said they had to decide whether to stay in the dark or to step out and face the silence. Miller looked at the sprawling civilization within the sphere. She told the creature that hiding was just another form of dying. She said that the humans had spent too long in the dark and they were tired of it. She told him that if the Accord wanted a war of silence, they would give them a war of sound. They reached a central chamber where a dozen different beings were gathered. They were the leaders of the chorus, the survivors of 1,000 broken worlds. They looked at Miller with a mixture of hope and fear. One of them, a being made of shifting crystalline shards, spoke. It told Miller that the humans had the key to the Great Ear. It said that if they could link the rings across the galaxy, they could create a signal so powerful it would disable the Accord's hive mind communication network. It told her that they could break the Empire without firing a shot. Miller asked what the catch was. The crystalline being told her that the signal required a biological anchor. It said that someone had to stay at the heart of the great ear and modulate the frequency. It told her that the person who did it would never be able to leave. They would become part of the machine, a living ghost in the transmission. Miller thought of Ithaca. She thought of the fresh air, the purple suns, and the coffee that Holloway was trying to grow. She thought of the iron will and the endless road of the stars. She told the beings that she wasn't a martyr. She said she was a scavenger who had found something too big to carry. She told them there had to be another way. The creature with the oily skin stepped forward. It told her that the humans were unique because they could endure the noise. It said that other species had minds that were too orderly, too fragile. It told her that the human mind was built for chaos. It said that Miller was the only one who had touched the Herald and survived with her sanity intact. Miller felt the weight of the silver disc in her pocket. She told them she needed time to think. She returned to the iron will. Holloway was waiting for her at the airlock, his face pale. He told her that the long-range sensors were picking up a massive displacement. He said the Accord wasn't just sending a fleet, they were sending the Citadel. The mobile capital of the Xylanthe Empire was dropping out of warp on the edge of the dead zone. He told Miller that they were trapped. He said the sphere's cloaking field wouldn't hold against the Citadel's scanners. He asked her what the aliens had said. He asked if there was a way out. Miller looked at him. She saw the grease on his forehead and the way his hands shook as he checked his sidearm. She told him that there was a way to win, but it had a high price. She told him about the signal and the anchor. Holloway went quiet. He leaned against the bulkhead and closed his eyes. He told her that he had always known she was going to be the death of him. He said that since the day she walked into that bar on the moon of Titan, he knew she was headed for something bigger than a scrapyard. He told her that he wouldn't let her do it. He said they could just run. He told her the iron will was fast enough to outrun the Citadel if they pushed the engines. Miller shook her head. She told him that running was what they had been doing for 300 years. She said that if they ran now, the silence would eventually catch them. She told him that for the first time, the humans had a chance to be the ones who changed the galaxy instead of the ones who were broken by it. She told Holloway to get the crew ready. She said they were going back to Ithaca. He asked her if she was sure. Miller told him that she had spent her life wondering if anyone was listening. She said she wasn't going to miss the chance to finally say something worth hearing. The iron will detached from the needle ship. Miller contacted the chorus leaders. She told them to prepare their fleets. She said that when the signal went out, she wanted every ship in the sanctuary to jump to Ithaca. She told them that the era of the noise was going to have a grand opening and she wanted everyone to see the fireworks. As they jumped back toward the ring, the ship felt different. The vibration of the engines seemed to harmonize with the silver disc. Miller felt a strange sense of peace. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a layer of cold, hard purpose. They arrived at Ithaca to find the system in flames. The Accord dreadnoughts had begun their assault. The silver ships of the Wardens were fighting a losing battle, their elegant hulls being torn apart by the obsidian beams of the Xylanthe. The Leviathan was pulsing a deep, angry red, its bioluminescence flickering as it tried to ward off the attackers. Miller steered the iron will toward the central spire. She told Halloway to clear a path. He didn't argue. He slammed the triggers for the railguns, sending slugs of tungsten through the flank of an Accord scout ship. He told Miller that the hangar was under fire. He said he would have to drop her on the platform and provide air cover. Miller grabbed her jacket and the disc. She told him to stay alive. She said that once the signal started, the Accord ships would be blind, and that's when he needed to hit them hard. She jumped from the ramp before the ship had even fully settled. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burning metal. She ran toward the primary console of the Great Ear, dodging bolts of plasma from the Warden guards who had turned traitor or perhaps were just confused by the carnage. Vale was there. He was sitting by the railing, watching his empire burn his new home. He looked up at Miller, his eyes hollow. He told her that she had brought this upon them. He said the Accord was only doing what it was designed to do. He told her that order must be maintained, even if it meant destroying the stars themselves. Miller didn't stop. She told him that order was over. She slammed the disc into the central slot of the Great Ear. The spire erupted with light. The ground shook with a force that knocked Vale off his feet. Miller grabbed the interface handles, feeling the cold silver melt into her skin. The noise hit her first. It wasn't a sound, it was a flood of data, a billion lives and a billion years of history pouring into her consciousness. She saw the birth of the first stars and the death of the last gods. She felt the pain of every species the Accord had crushed and the hope of every refugee in the chorus. She screamed, but the sound was lost in the roar of the transmission. On the bridge of the Iron Will, Halloway saw the spire turn into a pillar of white fire. He saw a wave of energy ripple out from the ring, hitting the Accord fleet like a physical blow. The obsidian ships stalled. Their lights flickered and died. The communication arrays on their hulls shattered. Halloway yelled into the comms for the outliers to attack. He told them that the giants were blind. The battered freighters and the remaining Warden ships swarmed the dreadnoughts. Without their hive mind coordination, the Xylanthe were disorganized and slow. The humans, used to fighting in the chaos of the core, tore them apart. Inside the Great Ear, Miller was no longer standing on a platform. She was floating in a sea of stars. She saw the other rings scattered across the galaxy beginning to glow. She felt the connection forming, a web of light that spanned the void. She realized that the stars weren't complaining anymore. They were cheering. She found the frequency for the Accord's command network. It was a cold, sterile thing, a loop of silence and obedience. Miller took the chaos of her own mind, the memories of the iron will, the smell of Holloway's coffee, and the sound of human laughter, and she shoved it into the loop. Across the galaxy, every Xylanthe commander, every priest of the Accord, and every drone in the fleet suddenly felt what it was like to be human. They felt the messy, loud, beautiful desperation of a species that refused to be quiet. The Citadel, the massive heart of the Empire, shuddered. Its engines died, its weapons went cold, the silence was broken. Miller felt her physical body fading. The price was being paid. She was becoming the signal. She looked back one last time and saw the iron will circling the spire, a tiny spark of defiance in the middle of the storm. She told Holloway through the link that it was a good song. Then the light consumed everything. The Battle of Ithaca ended not with a bang, but with a sudden, profound stillness. The Accord ships that hadn't been destroyed simply drifted, their crews paralyzed by the sudden influx of emotion and individuality. The chorus ships began to drop out of warp, thousands of them, filling the sky with colors that had been hidden for eons. Holloway landed the iron will on the scorched platform. He ran to the console, but Miller was gone. There was only the silver disc, now fused into the machinery, glowing with a soft, steady light. He sat down on the edge of the spire and looked out at the new world. The Leviathan was singing again, a low, contented thrum that vibrated in his chest. The refugees were coming out of their shelters, looking up at a sky that was no longer a tomb. He picked up a discarded headset and listened. There was no static, there was no silence. There was only the sound of 1,000 different species all talking at once, all trying to figure out what came next. Holloway wiped a smear of grease from his face and smiled. He told the empty air that she had done it. He said that the universe was finally loud enough for her. The era of the silence was dead. The era of the noise had arrived, and it was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever heard. The humans had reached the end of the world, and they had found that it was just the beginning of the conversation. The light didn't just take Miller, it unmade the very idea of her. She was no longer a woman standing on a platform in a flight jacket with grease under her fingernails. She was a pulse. She was a sequence of high-velocity data points screaming through the vacuum at speeds that defied the laws of physics. She felt the iron will as a distant, fading heartbeat, a rhythmic thrumming that she used to anchor her sanity as she expanded. The great ear was acting as a lens, and she was the light passing through it. She felt herself stretching across the parsecs, touching the other rings that lay dormant in the dust of dead systems. One by one, they flickered to life. A ring orbiting a frozen giant in the Andromeda fringe caught her signal and amplified it. Another, buried in the crust of a rogue moon near the galactic center, shattered its icy tomb and began to hum. She was a web now, a golden lattice of human stubbornness draped over the cold, black skeleton of the Accord's empire. On the surface of Ithaca, Halloway didn't move for a long time. The wind began to pick up, carrying the scent of ionized oxygen and the metallic tang of spent railgun slugs. He looked at the console where Miller had stood. The silver disc was no longer a discrete object. It had melted into the ancient stone and circuitry of the spire, forming a pulsing vein of quicksilver that ran deep into the planet's core. He keyed his radio, his voice cracking. He called out to the remaining crew of the Iron Will. He told them to stand down. He said the war was over, or at least this version of it was. He told them that Miller had found a way to turn the lights on. High above, the sky was a chaotic tapestry of shifting colors. The chorus had arrived in force. Their ships were beautiful and terrifying, translucent shells that looked like jellyfish, jagged shards of obsidian that moved in impossible geometric patterns, and massive living hulks that breathed fire into the vacuum. They didn't fire on the Accord's drifting dreadnoughts. They didn't need to. The Xylanthi were experiencing something worse than death. For millions of years, they had existed as a collective, a singular mind directed by the high priests. They had no concept of I or me. They only knew we, but Miller's signal had injected the ultimate human contagion into their network, individuality. Inside the darkened hulls of the Xylanthi ships, the soldiers were waking up to the sound of their own thoughts. They were feeling fear for the first time. They were feeling the weight of the lives they had extinguished. They were feeling the crushing loneliness of being a single soul in a vast, uncaring universe. The Accord wasn't being conquered by an army. It was being dismantled by an identity crisis. Vale struggled to his feet on the platform, clutching a wounded shoulder. He looked at Halloway with eyes that were no longer cold and calculating. They were wide with a frantic animal terror. He asked what she had done. He said the silence was gone and the noise was too much to bear. He told Halloway that the universe wasn't supposed to feel this way. It was supposed to be quiet. It was supposed to be safe. Halloway stood up and walked over to the warden. He didn't pull his gun. He just looked at the alien, seeing the cracks in the perfection of his silver skin. He told Vale that being safe was overrated. He said that humans had spent their whole history being scared and loud, and they had turned out just fine. He told the warden to start getting used to the sound of his own heart, because it was the only thing that was going to tell him what to do from now on. The needle ship from the chorus descended through the clouds, landing softly near the spire. The creature with the oily skin stepped out, its 4 eyes fixed on the glowing console. It didn't look at Holloway. It looked at the silver vein in the stone. It said that the anchor was holding. It told the air that the human had successfully bridged the gap between the physical and the digital. Holloway asked if she was still in there. He asked if there was a way to get her out. The creature tilted its head. It told him that Miller was the signal now. It said that as long as the rings were active, she would be the one modulating the frequency. It told him that she wasn't dead, but she wasn't human anymore either. She was the ghost in the machine that kept the Accord from reforming. Holloway felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He looked at the glowing silver and realized that the scavenger had finally found a haul she couldn't walk away from. She had traded her life for a galaxy that could finally speak. The days that followed were a blur of reconstruction and confusion. The Ithaca system became the unofficial capital of a new, fractured reality. The chorus established a perimeter, not to keep people out, but to manage the thousands of ships that were suddenly appearing from every corner of the galaxy. Refugees from worlds that hadn't seen a star in centuries arrived in rusted hulks. Scientists from species that had been forced to hide their discoveries for eons brought their data pads, eager to share what they had learned in the dark. The Xylanthi who had survived the initial shock of individuality were gathered into camps where they sat in stunned silence, trying to learn how to speak as individuals. Holloway stayed on the Iron Will. He couldn't bring himself to leave the ship, even though its engines were cold and its hull was scarred. He spent his hours in the cockpit, staring at the spire on the horizon. One evening, the comms console on the bridge flickered to life. There was no static, just a clean, sharp signal. Holloway didn't move. He waited. A voice came through the speakers. It wasn't Miller's voice, not exactly. It was a composite of 1,000 sounds, the rustle of leaves, the hum of a warp drive, the clinking of glasses in a crowded bar. But the cadence was hers. The attitude was hers. The voice told him that the coffee on the Iron Will was still terrible. Holloway let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding since the jump. He asked her how it felt. The voice told him that it felt like being everywhere at once. It said she could hear the stars complaining again, but this time they were complaining about the paperwork. She told him that the Accord's central archive was currently trying to figure out how to process the concept of a joke. She said it was going to take them a few centuries to recover. Holloway leaned back in his chair, a small, tired smile playing on his lips. He asked what happened next. The voice told him that the conversation was just beginning. She said there were still priests in the deep void who hadn't felt the signal yet. There were still worlds that didn't know they were free. She told him that the Iron Will wasn't a scavenger ship anymore. It was a messenger. She gave him a set of coordinates. They were deep in the uncharted sectors, far beyond the reach of the old Ithaca ring. She told him that there was a planet there with a sky that turned gold at sunset and a sea that sang in minor chords. She said there were people there who had been quiet for too long. Holloway looked at the coordinates. He looked at his hands, which were finally steady. He told her that he'd need a new navigator. The voice laughed, a sound like a dozen bells ringing in a storm. She told him that he already had the best navigator in the galaxy. She said she would be with him in every jump, every burst of the engines, and every whisper of the comms. He stood up and walked to the engine room. He told the crew to prep for departure. He said they had a long road ahead of them and a lot of people to talk to. As the Iron Will lifted off from the surface of Ithaca, the great ear pulsed one last time, a beacon of silver light that reflected off the ship's hull. Holloway didn't look back. He kept his eyes on the blackness ahead, which was no longer empty, no longer silent. The stars were talking. They were arguing, laughing, and shouting into the dark. And for the first time in human history, they weren't complaining about the noise. They were the noise. The ship punched through the atmosphere, its engines roaring a defiant, beautiful song. It was a messy sound, a human sound, and it echoed across the void, carried by a ghost who refused to let the universe be quiet ever again. The Iron Will vibrated with a frequency that didn't come from its engines. It was a resonance, a sympathetic hum that lived in the marrow of Holloway's bones. He stood on the bridge, his hands hovering over the manual override. The ship felt lighter, as if the vacuum of space had lost its crushing weight. He looked at the sensor suite. The data wasn't scrolling in the jagged green lines of the old Accord Standard readout. It was flowing in liquid silver curves, a visual language that felt like it was being whispered directly into his visual cortex. He didn't need to read the numbers to know their fuel levels were optimal or that the structural integrity of the hull had stabilized despite the thermal scarring from the battle. He just knew. He called out to the crew over the internal comms. He told them to secure the cargo bay and prep the jump drive for a long-range burn. A voice crackled back from the engineering deck. It was Cale, the lead mechanic, sounding breathless. He told Holloway that the power couplings were glowing. He said the reactors weren't just burning helium-3 anymore, they were drawing power from the background radiation of the universe itself. He asked if this was safe. Holloway gripped the pilot's chair. He told Cale that nothing about their lives had been safe since they left the core. He said to let the engines breathe. The ship banked away from the Ithaca ring, leaving the shimmering spire behind. As they cleared the gravity well, the view screen adjusted. The stars didn't look like distant, cold pinpricks anymore. They looked like lanterns hung in a dark hallway, each one pulsing with a distinct rhythm. Miller's presence was a constant pressure against the back of his mind. It wasn't a haunting, it was a partnership. She was the ghost in the navigation computer, the intuition in the targeting sensors, and the warmth in the life support systems. She spoke to him again, her voice a layered harmony of 1,000 radio frequencies. She told him that the Accord's splinter fleets were retreating toward the Ophiuchus Reach. She said they were trying to find a patch of space quiet enough to hear their own orders again. She told him that they couldn't be allowed to find it. Holloway asked her why they couldn't just let them go. He said the war was won. The ship's lights flickered in a pattern that felt like a frustrated sigh. Miller told him that the Accord wasn't an army, it was a habit. She said that if they let the silence take root in the dark corners of the galaxy, it would eventually grow back. She told him that the noise had to be everywhere. It had to be inescapable. He nodded, though he wasn't sure who he was nodding to. He pushed the throttle forward. The iron wheel didn't lurch into warp. It slid into the fold of space like a needle through silk. They emerged 3 sectors away, near a gas giant surrounded by a ring of shattered moons. This was a processing hub, a place where the Accord had once stripped entire worlds of their minerals and their memories. A dozen obsidian freighters were docked at a central station, their lights dark, their crews likely trapped in the terrifying transition from drones to individuals. Holloway saw a signal on his long-range scanner. It wasn't an Accord ship. It was a Chorus Scout, a jagged shard of crystalline glass that seemed to refract the light of the nearby star. The Scout moved toward them, matching their velocity with eerie precision. A message appeared on Holloway's screen, written in a script that shifted and changed as he looked at it. It was a greeting from the speaker of the Third Tide. The speaker told Holloway that the humans had done the impossible. He said that the Great Ear was broadcasting a frequency that the Chorus had been trying to find for 10,000 years. He told Holloway that his ship was now a holy site, a relic of the Great Awakening. Holloway felt a flare of irritation. He told the speaker that they weren't icons. He said they were just scavengers trying to finish a job. He asked if the Chorus was going to help secure the sector or if they were just there to watch the fireworks. The speaker's reply was a series of rhythmic pulses. He told Holloway that the Chorus was already moving. He said that across the quadrant, the oppressed were rising. He told him about a species called the Valkyrie, who had been used as living processors for the Accord's logistics network. He said that when Miller's signal hit their world, they had torn the neural dampeners out of their own skulls and reclaimed their cities in a single hour of beautiful, bloody chaos. Holloway looked at the Obsidian station. He saw movement in the docking bays. Small escape pods were launching, drifting aimlessly. These weren't soldiers fleeing a battle, these were people waking up from a nightmare and realizing they didn't know how to fly. Miller's voice returned, sharper now. She told Holloway to open a wideband channel. She said she was going to give the survivors a map. He keyed the broadcast. He felt the ship's power dip as Miller diverted energy into the transmission arrays. She didn't send coordinates or instructions. She sent a feeling. She sent the memory of a summer rain on Earth, the smell of ozone before a storm, and the sound of a child's laughter echoing in a narrow alleyway. She sent the messy, irrational, glorious essence of being alive and being free. On the station, the dark ships began to flicker. One by one, their navigation lights turned from a sterile, cold blue to a warm, flickering amber. They weren't fighting anymore. They were listening. Holloway watched the screen, his heart hammering against his ribs. He realized then that Miller wasn't just fighting a war. She was rewriting the soul of the galaxy. She was taking the trauma of 1 billion years and drowning it in a flood of human experience. He asked her if she was tired. There was a long pause. The stars on the view screen seemed to dim for a fraction of a second. Miller told him that she didn't have a body to be tired with. She said she was the wind, the tide, and the static between stations. But she admitted that the noise was heavy. She said that holding the bridge between the worlds was like trying to hold a star in her hands. He told her to lean on the ship. He said the iron will was built to carry heavy loads. She thanked him, her voice sounding more like the woman he had known on the scavenger decks. She told him that there was a signal coming from the deep core. It was faint, buried under layers of ancient encryption. She said it wasn't the Accord, it was something older, something that had been waiting for the silence to break. Holloway felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ship's temperature. He asked if it was a threat. Miller told him she didn't know. She said the signal was a question, repeated over and over in a language that predated the stars themselves. She said the question was, "Who is speaking?" He told her to answer it. She said she already had. She told him she had told the voice that humanity was speaking. She said she told them that the era of the quiet was over, and that if they wanted to join the conversation, they had to bring something worth hearing. The iron will shuddered as a massive gravity well opened up ahead of them. It wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was a gate, a massive construct of light and shadow that had been hidden behind a false vacuum. The gate began to turn, its massive rings grinding against the fabric of reality. This was the heart of the Accord's hidden empire, the place where the silence was manufactured. Holloway saw a fleet emerging from the gate. These weren't the disorganized remnants they had seen at Ithaca. These were the custodians, the elite guard of the high priests. Their ships were massive, shaped like inverted pyramids, and they moved with a terrifying, synchronized grace. They didn't have crews, they were the physical manifestation of the Accord's will. They didn't broadcast a warning, they simply fired. Beams of pure antimatter sliced through the dark, vaporizing a chorus scout ship in a heartbeat. The Iron Will's shields flared white, the scream of the energy dissipation echoing through the hull. Holloway slammed his fist onto the tactical console. He told the crew to target the lead pyramid's power core. He said they were going to show these monsters how a scavenger fights. The battle was a blur of high-G maneuvers and blinding flashes of light. The Iron Will danced between the beams, its hull groaning under the stress. Holloway pushed the ship harder than it was ever meant to go, using the gravity of the gate to slingshot them around the enemy's flank. But there were too many of them. The pyramids were closing in, forming a cage of energy that would crush them into nothingness. He called out to Miller. He told her they needed a miracle. She didn't answer with words. Suddenly, the Iron Will stopped moving. The engines went silent. The lights on the bridge turned a deep, resonant gold. Holloway looked out the view screen. He saw the space around them beginning to warp. It wasn't the gate, it was Miller. She was pulling the power from every ring in the galaxy, channeling it through the Iron Will's small, battered frame. The ship became a sun. A wave of golden energy erupted from the hull, expanding in a perfect sphere. When it hit the pyramid ships, they didn't explode. They simply unraveled. The antimatter faded. The obsidian hulls turned to dust. The cold, logical will that drove them was overwritten by a surge of pure, unadulterated emotion. Holloway watched as the elite fleet of the Accord was turned into a cloud of sparkling embers. The gate shuddered and began to collapse in on itself. The silence was being swallowed by the very power it had tried to contain. As the light faded, the Iron Will drifted in the wreckage. The bridge was silent, save for the sound of Holloway's breathing. He looked at the console. The silver vein was still there, but it was dim. He whispered her name. A soft, tired voice came through the headset. She told him that the gate was closed. She said the heart of the silence was broken. He asked if she was okay. She told him that she was fading into the background. She said the network was stable now. The other species were taking over the transmission, adding their own voices to the noise. She said she didn't have to hold it all by herself anymore. He felt a pang of loss. He asked if she was leaving. She told him that she was everywhere. She said that every time a radio turned on, every time a pilot checked their sensors, and every time a child looked at the stars and wondered who was there, she would be the answer. She told him to keep flying. She said there was a whole universe out there that needed to learn how to talk again, and he had the only ship that knew the way. The silver vein in the console flickered one last time and then turned into ordinary, cold metal. The liquid data on the screens returned to the familiar green lines of the scavenger's HUD. Holloway sat in the silence for a long time. He felt the weight of the ship, the cold of the vacuum, and the loneliness of the pilot's chair. But then he looked at the stars. They weren't quiet. He could hear the faint, distant echoes of a billion conversations. He heard a poet on a world 3 galaxies away describing the color of a sunrise. He heard a mechanic arguing about a fuel pump in a language he didn't understand. He heard the leviathans of Ithaca singing a song of welcome to the incoming refugees. He reached out and touched the throttle. He didn't have a destination, but he knew he wasn't lost. He told the crew to set a course for the edge of the sector. He said they were going to find someone who had something to say. The iron will turned away from the ruins of the gate, its engines sparking with a new, steady light. It moved into the darkness, a small, loud speck of defiance in a universe that was finally, beautifully noisy. Holloway looked at the empty seat beside him and smiled. He told the air that it was a hell of a song. And from the static of the speakers, a faint, familiar laugh echoed back. The era of the humans had begun not with a conquest but with a conversation. And as the iron will jumped into the unknown, the stars didn't just listen, they joined in. The silence that followed the collapse of the gate was not empty. It was the heavy, expectant quiet of a theater after the curtains have fallen but before the applause begins. Holloway sat in the pilot's chair, his chest heaving. The silver glow had receded from the console, leaving behind the scarred, utilitarian plastic and flickering cathode tubes of a ship that had seen too many wars and not enough maintenance. He reached out to touch the navigation screen. It was cold. The liquid silver curves were gone, replaced by the blocky, green-tinted vectors of the standard Ithaca build software. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of isolation. For a few minutes, he had been plugged into the nervous system of the cosmos. He had felt the heartbeat of distant suns and the rhythmic breathing of nebulae. Now he was just a man in a pressurized tin can, drifting in a graveyard of obsidian glass and stardust. Kale's voice broke the stillness over the comms. The mechanic sounded like he had been running a marathon. He reported that the reactors were cooling down, but the radiation levels were spiking in a way that defied the laws of thermodynamics. He said the engines were purring like a cat that had just eaten a canary. He asked Holloway if they were still alive. Holloway keyed his headset. He told Kale that they were more than alive. He said they were the only ones left with a working radio in a neighborhood that had just rediscovered how to scream. He told the crew to stay at their stations. He said the accord might be broken here, but a wounded beast is often the most dangerous. He looked out the primary viewport. The wreckage of the pyramid ships was beautiful in a haunting way. The antimatter had reacted with the hull plating to create pockets of ionized gas that glowed in shades of violet and bruised gold. It looked like a garden of light growing in the dark. A shadow fell across the bridge. One of the obsidian freighters, the ones that had been docked at the station, was moving. It wasn't attacking. It was drifting closer, its thrusters firing in short, erratic bursts. It looked like a blind animal trying to find a scent. Holloway watched the sensor ghost. He didn't raise the shields. He felt a strange certainty that the danger had passed. A signal began to pulse on the emergency frequency. It wasn't a code. It was a rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on a door and waiting for an answer. He opened the channel. The sound that came through the speakers was a series of wet, clicking noises followed by a raspy, hesitant breath. A voice, filtered through a primitive translation matrix, asked if anyone was there. The voice said it had forgotten how to use its mouth. It said it had been a part of the station's climate control logic for 60 years. It asked if the sky was still blue on the world with the tall trees. Holloway felt a lump form in his throat. He told the voice that the sky was whatever color they wanted it to be now. He said the trees were still there, waiting for someone to climb them. The voice on the other end let out a sound that might have been a sob or a laugh. It said thank you. Then the freighter turned, its engines glowing with a newfound purpose, and began the long crawl toward the nearest habitable system. Holloway leaned back. He realized that this was going to be the work of the next century. There were billions of them. Pilots who were actually processors, navigators who were actually organic hard drives, and soldiers who were nothing more than muscle attached to a central hive mind. The Accord hadn't just conquered the galaxy, they had recycled it. He looked at the empty seat where Miller should have been. He could still feel the phantom warmth of her presence. He whispered to the shadows, asking her where they should go next.